Did some damage yesterday.
No watch. No watch.
14 more and then 15 more.
Correct. More but right. Long way for team but
To go to 159, 15.
yeah, that makes sense. Do anything now with the first hour. You might get a bit of more so say move around again.
Not Bowen.
Yo. Well I made me say I don't beat them.
Bowen.
Say I don't beat them for you.
Things like the place where you come, you wanted to do. That's one.
Yeah. It was good.
It was a really nice game.
Yeah man. Good there.
Ah,
But on the hook
Pleasant good morning as we welcome you back to the Arnos Vale playing field where we go into the final day of round one action of the encounter here at the Arnos Vale playing field between the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. And we are talking about the Cricket West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars Championship. Round one being played here at Arnos Vale at the Park Hill playing field and the Cumberland playing field. And the action is going to resume very, very shortly right here. Just to give you an idea of where we are, where we stand in this game. The Windward Islands, they were inserted by the Leewards, and the Windwards got 209 all out. Akeem Ogis, the captain, he got 80, while Nathan Edwards was the pick of the bowlers for the Leewards, picking up 5 for 31. In reply, the Leewards yesterday got to 284 all out, 284 all out. Nathan Edwards came back with the bat, and he had a polished 82. Tariq Edwards, the pick of the bowlers, very, very consistent on the money for the Windward Islands, picked up 8 for 75. With a deficit of 75, the Windward Islands made hay yesterday in the afternoon as they pushed up to 72 without loss. Ethan Gibson not out 36 and Stefan Pascal 27. So this morning they're going to continue. I have with me this morning as my co-commentator to assist the president of the St. Vincent Grenadines Cricket Association, Romel Currency. Welcome to our microphones.
Thank you, Axel, and I want to say a pleasant good morning to all those listening here today. It's lovely weather for the most parts actually, so it's really a pleasure to be here to witness these under 19 boys. Some of them, this is really a dream to be part of the West Indies Rising Stars tournament. Roxel, we have seen some decent performances thus far. You mentioned Tariq, a good cricketer in the making. I'm looking forward to seeing great things. I haven't had the opportunity to watch the entire match because I was going back and forth between the three matches, but it certainly is a pleasure to be here to do some commentary and to watch firsthand these boys to battle.
Well, you're going to see firsthand that Nathan Edwards, he has the ball in hand yesterday. He completed one over before going off and spent the rest of the afternoon off the field with an injury sustained during batting. He got a Yorker on his right toe and had to curtail his bowling stint yesterday. I had the opportunity to speak to him yesterday as well, and he seemed to be a well constructed individual, solid in mind, focused, and knows what he's about. And I'm sure you might be impressed with what he offers today, if he offers anything close to what we have seen over the last 2 days.
Yeah, well, I did see the very first delivery that he bowled in the first innings, and well, Yeah, that delivery to me would have gotten most batsmen out. Certainly, if I were batting and I hadn't been on my Q's and P's, that would have certainly gotten me out. But I was really impressed with the way he swung the deliveries. He by and large kept the deliveries up to the batsmen. He wasn't inclined to go short or anything like that. So he used the conditions well, and he did reap the rewards that he sought. So all well and good for him. I actually saw a little bit of him batting. He seems pretty confident as well, pretty decent player. So that augurs well for Leeward Islands cricket and by extension the West Indies cricket.
It's Edwards to Pascal, second delivery, just short of a good length. Outside your stump, and Pascal decides to leave this second one alone. He had a swish at the first one, and Edwards seemed to be back to his spot where he started his bowling stint on Wednesday. Quite composed individual, seems, as I said before, knows what he's about and very organized. Tuckett, the captain, with the gloves at the back, he's already getting his charges together. He has one slip on a gully for Pascal this morning. A man at point, cover, extra cover as Nathan Edwards comes in again. This one is a little wider, a little fuller. Again, Pascal decides to leave it outside the off stump. Pascal didn't score in the first innings, but looked much better yesterday afternoon, Ramel.
Yeah, well, he knew he had to make amends, and he and Ethan Gibson are doing just that now. They batted well yesterday afternoon to come out 72 without loss. They'll certainly be looking to continue the way they finished yesterday. The wicket is not offering much, as you can see. The ball is not swinging around. So yeah, great opportunity for him to really press his case for West Indies team.
Edwards to Pascal again for full pitch delivery, just outside the off stump. This one did not get up as much as the others, and probably just getting his rhythm together here, Edwards, and his sight in the case of the batsman, seeing what is happening off the surface there is stiff. And Pascal, would you eliminate any possible result today, or of the three?
Well, they must have some sort of result, whether it be a draw, a loss for Windwards, or a win for Leewards, or vice versa. But
it's a much better delivery. This one is closer to him, a little closer to the off stump, and he judged it well and left it. But again, as you noted, Edwards into the attack and starting pretty well this morning again.
yeah, what I was saying is that when judging from the history of Arnos Vale, there is always an opportunity for the players to play, for the spinners, to play a big part in final day of any 3-day game or any 4-day game. The wicket is you're going to get some spin, but spin is not going to come on. It's going to be slow spin, and once you're in as a batsman, you get accustomed to the pace and bounce of the wicket. It's not going to be that difficult. You just have to stay positive, as the batsmen are showing right now. Have that mindset that you have to always look to score, because if you stay boggled down, eventually something is going to happen. The wicket is a 3-day wicket now. Yes, it is playing well. It's not showing any demons, but anything can happen. And the sun is out shining brightly. It's going to get drier and drier and drier. So it's for the Leewards now to keep on pressing and be consistent. Don't let the scoreboard run away. Keep them tight, and you never know. They may stand a very good chance of bowling out the Windwards. Of course, the Windward Islands would have a very different idea in their minds.
Yeah, well, I believe the Windwards are very close to erasing the deficit right now. They'll be looking to score as quickly as they possibly can, and possibly halfway within that period between after lunch, see whether they can give the Leewards a total and ask them to get it, or give them a sighter, so it's not just out of the woods, so to speak, but they can definitely push. But the youngsters have been impressive, and another one of those impressive bowlers is about to begin his morning's activity as it relates to bowling. This is Landefort, also from St. Martin, and he bowled 4 overs for 14 runs yesterday. One was a maiden, and he's going to offer up to Ethan Gibson. He's going to have his first taste of the batting end today. He's not out on 36. And this is again a good delivery, but moving away from the left-hander, and he allowed it to go into the gloves of Captain Bowen Tuckett.
Yeah, well, Roxanne, the Windwards, they have to start carefully, right? This is the final day, as you alluded to. They wouldn't want to lose any quick wickets, so a lot depends on what happens in the very first hour. That to me will set the tone. How motivated the Leewards are in the field. If they get wickets, they will be very motivated. If they don't, they might just fall a little flat, and the Windwards would be, of course, buoyed by that. But looking at the conditions now, the ball is not swinging. The batsmen, even though it is just we're into the second over of the third and final day, they seem pretty comfortable and confident in the way they have been going about their batting so far. So I don't foresee a rush of wickets right now, to be honest, judging again from how the wicket is playing and how the batsmen are looking. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty, so you never know.
The other ideas would be Landefort as he comes into Gibson. This is a short rising delivery on the stump, so getting compactly behind it is Gibson. Bubbles out to the extra cover position. Looks like Mr. Graves, the vice captain, picked that one up. And he tossed it to Amri, one of our West Indies under 19 players. And he has with him in the slip cordon Nathan Edwards. Beautiful day here in St. Vincent Grenadines. Yes, we did have some showers overnight again, but the nature of the game, so to speak, as it relates to the culture, the climate around this time in St. Vincent. This one is short outside the off stump, and he tried to guide it past the gully fielder. Edwards did good work. The young men have been by and large, displaying some very good skill. They've been working hard at their craft.
Well, no doubt. We haven't had competitive cricket in a while, for obvious reasons. Yes, we have COVID. In St. Vincent, you had the eruption of the Lasafre volcano, so we're quite happy to see once again the regional under-19 tournament being played. The last time it was played in St. Vincent a couple of years ago. So the boys must be happy. I know they would have been training hard in their respective territories. So it's now for them to come to see and reap the fruits of their hard work.
Working hard is Landefort. That was an excellent delivery. Pitched up and with some bounce as well. Beating Ethan Gibson outside the off stump. Let's see how he continues. Coming from the Beckway end, we can see the island of Beckway in the distance. This one is hitting him on the pad. It's a loud appeal. Umpire Banwari says not out. That would have beaten the off stump as it came across the left-hander. But a good shout. The last two deliveries in this over are quite well bowled by Landefort Currency.
Yeah, that was well bowled. I'm not sure if the ball kept a little low. Obviously, there would have been some doubt in the umpire's mind. Him being a right-handed bowler, bowling from over the wicket to a left-handed batter, so chances are the ball may have pitched outside leg stump. The ball is not swinging, so it would have had to be a very decent delivery to get him out. But obviously, in the mind of the umpire, it wasn't decent enough, and so he quickly turned that down.
So Nathan Edwards, he's bowled 2 maidens in his spell for this second innings. He comes up now to Pascal. This is a quick delivery on the stumps, and nudging it into the onside is Pascal, looking for a single. Can't be the man at a short mid-wicket position. Seeming to still have a limp there is Nathan Edwards, probably not fully recovered. These full tosses on your toe, Romel, take a few days to fully heal, if you want to put it that way. Yeah, I'm sure you may have had a few in your time.
It's never easy, but when you're that age, when you're under 19, you always want to be on the park. So it's going to take quite a bit for you to for you to remain off the field. So
This one is outside the off stump, not troubling Pascal at all, and doesn't seem to be in his rhythm as yet, Nathan Edward. We haven't seen any swing and delivery so far, and he's not been on the stumps as he has been in his first stint out in the first innings after Windwards. Not sure if he's been hampered by that injury, but this would be a good sighter for the Windwards. I could get them, the batsmen that are in, to get themselves in and continue to build from where they left off yesterday. As we speak, he gets one a little closer to the stump, well pitched up as well. But Pascal is confident enough to leave it alone and is into the gloves of Tuckett.
well, the important thing here, Roxelle, is for Nathan to just keep that line and length. He's going well so far. He hasn't tried anything. They don't need to try anything at this time. Like I said, the wicket is not doing enough for the bowler to say, well, yes, there are things here happening, so they have to be consistent. He has to keep that line and length, and he's doing a good job so far. He just has to be patient. And Tariq, likewise, the batter, he has to also be patient and don't get...
It's a French cut from the inner portion of the bat between the wicket-keeper and the stumps down to a very, very fine leg position. He gets one. That's the first the scoring shot for the morning, inadvertently, but pushes the total up to 73, and Pascal moves to 28. So possibly a hint of late swing, or he didn't cover as he should have, Romel?
Well, from my vantage point, I'm not seeing any swing or movement of the wicket. I'm assuming the wicket, like I said before, would have slowed down. So maybe he would have played a little too early on that shot. But as the morning progresses, this timing and so forth will definitely improve.
Edward to Gibson. This one came back into Gibson and was rising as well, and support coming from his fielders, as Gibson was solidly behind that one. He has also looked better today. A batsman that we know from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He takes some time to get in, and when he does, he is quite fluent and has since made totals that have been quite large totals, and pushed himself into the Windwards team. So he's well pitched up on the stumps, coming into Gibson, and he's behind it as well. And a good cricket so far this morning, testing cricket that we are accustomed to see at this level with good youngsters on show currency.
Yep, excellent cricket here at the Arnos Vale playing field. Roxelle, I'm thinking, judging from the state of the game now, the Leewards will eventually go to their spin bowler. I wouldn't take too long. If I were the captain, I wouldn't take too long to employ the spinners. Like I said, the batters, they got a decent start yesterday, came in today with 70-something runs on the board without loss. So they will feel confident. The ball is not doing much, so they will definitely have to rely on their spinners. But I understand that the captain wants to give an opportunity to his pacers, rightly so, and because there is additional points that can be had from fast bowlers when they take wickets. So that's part of the encouragement factor that Cricket West Indies has employed, which I think augurs well for the pacers in the West Indies. So looking forward to a great game. A great end to this enthralling match so far.
Well, another good start by Landerford. This one was short of a good length, and coming back into Pascal, he allowed, he left it on length, and it just went over the off stump, and confident in terms of the bounce and trusting his. This one is another good delivery, same type of delivery as his punch. past the man at the point in front of point. He is going to get 2. Looks at 3 at the end. So 3 more to Pascal, and he got on top of that one nicely, Ramel.
Yeah, that was a very, very good shot. A very, very good shot. He was well balanced. He got on top of it and he placed it well. Landerford, he's going to get more bounce than Edwards. If you watch him carefully, he has a decent action. He stands tall, so he delivers from a much higher angle, higher trajectory than Edwards. So you're going to expect a little bit more bounce from him. So the batsmen can rely on their judgment in terms of bounce, as you would have seen from the very first delivery when the batsman left the ball that went over his stump.
Driven well, back past Landerford. He is Ethan Gibson. He moves on to 36. The batsman looking impressive and solid this morning, as the bowlers so far have been trying to extract whatever they can. They've been trying to bend their back. Landerford has shown us that he has the ability to do that. And with the trajectory you just spoke of, that will obviously give him some more bounce, as you so correctly said. But it's Pascal. He's back in strike. He's on 31. And the score is 77 without loss to Windwards. They have erased the deficit. Another good delivery. Short rising, coming back into Pascal. Pascal is on top of it, though. And confident enough to just push it on to the offside. The Windwards from here will be looking to bat as well as they did yesterday, and possibly ask of the Leewards to get a small total this afternoon. Not a small one, but they would definitely have to stay and ensure that they lay a very, very solid platform for any of the other batsmen to come. And this one is hitting him on the pad. There's an appeal. Banwari says not out. This one would be going down leg from our vantage point, Romel, but a change up in terms of what Landerford was offering. This one was full and into the pads of Pascal.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery, to be honest, because the first of the deliveries, they were short of a length, right? And Pascal, in my mind, got accustomed to playing on the back foot. And when you play on the back foot on these slow pitches, it's often easier. Right, so I guess he surprised Pascal there by pitching that up. Excellent delivery. Unfortunately for him, the umpire didn't see that ball as going on to its stumps.
Beautifully driven pass, him on an extra cover. Short extra cover goes into the boundary now, and that is an excellent shot. As you said, he was probably not looking for that full pitch delivery, the previous delivery, but this one he was prepared and drove sweetly. He moved
beautifully driven pass, him on an extra cover. Short extra cover goes into the boundary now, and that is an excellent shot.
Is that? Yes, it was a half volley, but it wasn't a rank half volley. You know, he waited on it. You saw that he waited on it and played it somewhat on the up. So that was an excellent shot by Stephen Pascal. Certainly looks good. He looks balanced, and then he looks like a very decent batsman that the Windwards in the future can rely on. The Windwards senior team I'm talking about, and hopefully he can do well here and press his chances of making it on to the West Indies team, and I'm sure he has his sights on the senior West Indies team in the future.
Gavin Richards and the friends of ours in Dominica would be happy that Pascal is getting in and batting well, because he is known to being a good batsman. And this one is a good delivery, asking of Ethan Gibson to come down hard on it and be solid behind it. That he did, but this is what Nathan Edwards is capable of, and this was a pretty good delivery, one of those that we have come to be synonymous with in terms of Edwards on the stumps, always attacking the stumps, and full pitch as well. And Gibson was equal to the task. Comes back here. Edwards had a 5-4 in his first outing with the ball, 5 for 30. It's shorter and easier to be played because it's just lobbed up, and getting behind it again is Gibson. Looking quite solid as well, Romel.
He's looking solid, but he has to be careful, because I watched that delivery a while ago and he seems to be falling over a little bit. He seems to be putting a lot of weight on the front foot. Yes, he wants to be getting forward, but you want to ensure that your front leg is not stuck, and which would inevitably force you to play around your pads and increase the likelihood of you missing. The way Edwards is bowling now, he's trying to, as much as possible, to keep the ball up, which is good for him. So Nathan really has to be aware of that. Don't get his front foot too far across, so that he has to play across the line. So he has to be very careful, because Nathan, like I said before, he's attacking the stumps, and I have no doubt that he will continue to attack the stumps. But so far, so good for Ethan. He's looking poised. He's looking well put together. I'm sure that he would have a big score set in his mind.
Well, he's probably listening to you as you speak, because in the previous delivery he was compact and wasn't falling over as before. So a good delivery again, pitched up and in the slot to be driven. That is what he did, but he couldn't beat number 11 and make it as Palmer down here at mid-off. Got around and did the fielding quite easily. So full length, asking of the batsman to drive and to play off of their stumps. That is what Ethan Edwards has been doing this morning, but the batsmen have been equal to the task, and they've been quite solid as well. As he pulls out of this one, Gibson seemed not to have been ready. He may not have been settled, so umpire Trudel signals dead ball. You have a bit of breeze blowing across the area. A cooler day than the last two, Romel. It's been quite hot out there. And the players would definitely appreciate that cooling breeze.
I can tell you what, at my age, I don't fancy being out there for 3 days. I prefer the shorter version of the game. Well, I prefer to watch the longer version of the game, but I prefer to play the shorter version of the game now. For obvious reasons, it's really hot.
Edwards to Gibson, short of a good length, and gets on top of it again. And he's ensuring that he plays the ball on his merit. That's what he's required to do at this stage. Bad balls would come. He will get the opportunity to score, but he has to be solid. He has to be defensive when asked, and so far he's done that. I agree with you, Romel, that we may see the likes of the Leeward's spin bowlers quite soon. We're talking about Mackenzie, Harris, Amri, all who have bowled quite well in the first outing with the ball, and who have proven to have some quality as well. It's a pitched up delivery, almost Yorker length, and again this one is coming around the pad a bit and managed to keep it out at the end. The bottom of the bat probably from him, his antics there, checking the bottom of the bat. That's probably where that eventually hit, but no damage done, and the Windwards is pushing forward after erasing the deficit. They're 81 without loss. Ethan Gibson on 37 and Stefan Pascal 35. But again, it's a short rising just outside your stump. On top of it, he comes and he punches it into the offside. Man, Gully comes around and does the fielding. Pascal is attempting to get up to his first 50 in this year's tournament. He's been touted as one of the most promising youngsters in the Windwards as it relates to batting aspect of the game. When he pulls away, that's going to go all the way behind the square for 6. That's a glorious stroke. Just sat up and he helped it, Rommel. And we just spoke of his prowess and he's displaying it immediately to us.
Yeah, I like the look of Pascal, to be honest. I saw a couple of pictures of him batting in Dominica.
When he pulls away, that's going to go all the way behind the square for 6.
Not that cockiness is bad. With Richards, he was very cocky.
Well,
in a good way, of course.
Good players. The good players have that.
So I like that about Pascal. He seems very assured at the wicket. He doesn't look too bothered. It's just for him to ensure that he doesn't let his confidence get the better of him and go for a rash shot. But he's playing exceptionally well so far.
Drives this time back over the bowler's head, probably inadvertently. And he moves up to 41. 42, following up that short delivery with a attempt of a full pitch delivery. There was Landerford, and again having Pascal in a spot of ball, just a little, but he still manages to get another 2s total. He moves to 42. The win was 88 without loss, and they're in the positive now. Another pitched up delivery on the pads, whipped away nicely by Gibson. He also moves up now to 38 and looking confident. Opening pair of some caliber. And displaying it here now, Rommel, as they play those deliveries offered up to them.
Yeah, it is a very, very good opening partnership so far, 80 plus. I don't think the Windwards would mind this at all. They'll be extremely happy to have these two batting.
He leaves that one outside your house with a unorthodox, I believe, a swish of the bat after the ball. Lambashine. Well, you see these youngsters look at all these things, man. They look at so much international cricket that they adapt a lot of them. And that one was too wide to trouble Pascal. He was not going to be drawn into playing at that one. And it looks as if Landerford is questioning himself. Where should I go? Should I go back short or should I go full? Let's see what he offers. This one is a good delivery. Shortish of a good leg, but coming back into Pascal, he had to be equal to the task. He did, and got that wideish mid-off and added a single to his total, Rommel.
Yeah. Well, the Leewards aren't doing a bad job. The bowlers, by and large, they're keeping it tight. Yes, a 6 was just hit, but the majority of deliveries, I think they have been on spot. Maybe Langleyford can get it a little bit fuller, get the batsman playing on the front foot, but by and large they have been doing a decent job. They're on top, I would say, because the Windwards, they're about what, 20 or so, or a little less than that,
15
without loss. So they don't have anything really. The Leewards don't have anything really to worry about. The spinners, they're going to come into their own pretty soon, I'm sure. Judging from how things are going, the Windwards, they would definitely have to reassess a little bit. Yes, they have been going well with the paces, but spinners, those are different kettle of fish to deal with. So, but like I said before, the both batters, they really do look confident. Pascal especially playing some glorious shots so far this morning. We saw a lovely cover drive earlier on this morning, and more recently a pull over square leg for 6. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes about dealing with the spin this morning. As you know, Roxel, oftentimes here in the West Indies, batting spin seems to be the biggest problem that we often face here in the West Indies.
Well, changing the line of attack, and again, coinciding with what we have been saying about Nathan Edwards, he is now trying something different, coming around the wicket now, and he had beaten Pascal outside the awesome with his first. This one is another good delivery, pitching and moving away slightly away from the right-hander and offering something different for Pascal to think about here. Nathan Edwards into his job and doing it well as we have been accustomed to.
I can tell you what, I like the look of Nathan. I really do like the look of Nathan. He batted well, so he's a decent all-rounder. Now he's bowling extremely well. He leads the pace attack for the Leewards. So I think this fella really has a lot to offer Leeward Islands cricket and hopefully West Indies cricket. But that delivery was really a good delivery. Pascal played it well. Pascal did play it well. It came in a little bit and left him. So challenge on his hands here, Pascal.
Not a good delivery, not in that area of uncertainty, but sure about where he was as Pascal as he left this one confidently again. But asking questions is Nathan Edwards, and this is what we want to see from youngsters. Consistency in terms of bowling in good areas and concentration as it relates to the batsmen, knowing where they are, knowing what to leave, knowing what to play, and when to be attacking and when not to.
I would love to see another slip. I think if the captain were to take a gambler, I wouldn't even call it a gambler. I think he actually
at this
needs
stage,
another slip.
they're still on top, as you said.
They're still on top.
Mm-hmm.
A bit of variation there from Nathan. You can see that he did a little something there with his wrist. So he has that in his armour. Which augurs well for him, of course. But yes, I was saying I would really love to see the extra cover coming out and going into that slip corridor. Because unlike the first innings, when he was bowling the new ball, the ball was coming back into the right-hander. We see now that the ball is moving off the seam. It's not really swinging in the air. So there is a great chance of getting an edge, and you would want that person in a position to take it if the chance arrives.
Playing solidly and answering the questions of Nathan Edwards thus far, and answering well, is Stefan Pascal. He moves to 44 as he punched that one back down to mid-off, gets a single. The score moves on to 91. Pascal is on 44, Gibson on 38, and the Windwards, the opening pair, continue to bat well. They started that yesterday, and they batted out an hour or so. A very important hour that they needed to be solid and try not to lose a wicket. That they did, and they're continuing their job this morning. This one is driven in the slot to be driven. I don't think he got as close to it as he would have liked, and he's admonishing himself. That's Gibson. Thought that was a scoring opportunity. But he's also getting some words from Amri and the others at the back as the over comes to an end. The Windwards 91 without loss in their second turn at bat. Stefan Pascal 44 and Ethan Gibson 38. Morning, sir. So Michael Palmer has replaced Landerfort. Palmer showed us that he can hit the turf hard. He's just loosening up, and as he ambled up for that first delivery, Landerfort first. Well, we seem not to be pronouncing his first name, so I'm saying it's Shamikito Landerfort. He had his opening spell and was thereabout, consistent. But he's now been replaced by Palmer. Palmer yesterday bowled well from this top end, the commentary booth, and he's now coming from the backway end. And you could have seen that one was a loosener to Pascal, and he left it outside the off stump. He doesn't have a slip. He has a man gully. This one is has a good delivery, pitched up outside the off stump, and swishing at it was Pascal. A naughty stroke there. And now recounting what he should have done, and pulling Pascal into a 4-stroke there currency, Palmer.
Well, that is what overconfidence can do sometimes, Roxel, because he did play, like I said, some glorious shots coming on the front foot. I still remember that extra cover drive. It was so magnificently played. So he now has to temper himself a little bit. This is a new bowler. Yes, he batted him before, but he has to really take a look. It's a new morning. He has 40-something. He has a start, so you would want to ensure that he capitalizes on that on that start. He shouldn't get carried away with scoring too quickly. It's a 3-day game. There is sufficient time for him to get 100 here, right? So and you wouldn't want that he plays an ill-advised shot or delivery that is not quite there.
Yes.
He gets out and he goes into the dressing room very despondent and upset with himself. So yes, he has to take this opportunity, take his time. He's looking good. He's solid. He's a proper batsman, as you can see, but he has to make sure that he tempers himself. Runs will come.
And on the other end, Palmer doesn't seem to be comfortable with his run-up. He is not as smooth as we've seen him. And as I was saying that, he indicated to Captain Tucker that there's some difficulty with the area he's coming up with. So let's see what he does. And not as smooth again, but again, just about the off stump as they were trying to get a single. That one was a punch into the covers area. Couldn't get the single. Good fielding by the young man there. Looks again like Graves, subject to correction. And he was quickly in and had to rethink the idea of getting a single. So Palmer not as smooth as we've seen him with the run-up, and so he's having a little difficulty. That he indicated to Captain Tuckett. Let's see if he works it out. Still been able to maintain a good line and length. This one is short. And it's going through a pull shot. There was Pascal, and it's now called wide as it's over the head of the batsman. Let's see if that's going to be signaled as the one for the over. It's now being signaled by umpire Banwari. So the total moves up to 92. And Palmer, we've seen before, has the shoulders, well-built young man to hit the deck, but that one was just a bit too short.
Yeah, Palmer is a very big under 19 player. Certainly, if I were his size playing under 19 cricket, wow. Yeah, Pascal has to refocus here, Axel. Pascal definitely needs to refocus.
To be quite honest, he's been offered a mixed bag in this force over from Palmer. So probably a little disconcerting, but he has to keep his concentration. That's what it is. Sometimes, when the ball is not doing what you expect him to do, you let your guard down and you're a little loose. And this is what we've seen from Pascal in this over. Palmer is not enjoying his run-up either. So let's see what transpires. It's a better delivery on the stumps. Yorker length, but pushed out, and a good bit of feeling from the man coming in from mid-off. He dislodged the bails, broke the stumps, but Pascal was home. He moves to 45. But these are the periods of play that you really have to keep your concentration, because it can affect you, and you go into rash strokes. You lose your wickets, and then we have the fielding team getting on top as they would like at this stage, Romel.
Yeah, you're perfectly right, Roxel. And what I noticed with Pascal is that he likes to feel the ball on the bat. And when you like to feel the ball on the bat, after you get started and you get going, you tend to go at almost everything, as long as you believe that you can get a boundary. And he seems to be a player that likes to score, likes to get on with it, if you will. But he has to know that this is 3-day cricket. He has to settle down. He has to know that he has time. It's difficult sometimes. It's easier said than done, especially with all this shorter versions of cricket being played these days, when you basically have to go at every ball. So it's an added pain, if you want to call it that, for the batsman these days. But he has to adjust.
seem to have adjusted now and is liking the pace that's coming on to him. Excellent fielding from the man coming in from point, but the man from backward square did not back up his throw, and so it went through his hands, and they've been able to complete 2. But the initial part of this cricket was excellent. A good delivery. Pascal was on top of it into point, and the fielder came in really, really swiftly. But the result is 2 more to the total, 95 the Windwards. Pascal moves to 47, and he's eyeing his first half century. He's now getting some words and having a small discussion with Ethan Gibson as Nathan Edwards continue to ply away here, trying to get 1 for the Leewards. Edwards again to Pascal on the stumps, and Pascal just comes forward confidently and pushes that one onto the offside. No runs to score. So we are on top of the cricket here. The Windwards versus Leewards. This is the third day, the last day of the penultimate round of the penultimate day. What am I saying? The last day of the first round of matches. We're discussing something off air, so it's all in the minds. I say they get 2 more. This one is played behind square. Pascal moves to 49. The chairs going up. The chair's going up. He's not yet on 50. The official scorers do not have him on 50. The scoreboard will probably need to change that. So the scoreboard should have 49 for Pascal. He's celebrating with his partner in the middle. But he is for most of his innings have been quite solid. Romel.
Yeah, it's been a decent inning so far. Like I said, I think he has a lot to offer. Obviously, there is a far way for him to go in this innings and in cricket in general, but really, really looks a decent player.
A good, solid, compact defensive stroke there, as he possibly with the idea that he's gotten his 50, he's getting even more confident and was solid behind that one. And so we're asking the scoreboard to ensure that they make the change. Pascal is on 49 and the total is 97. Ethan Gibson with him is on 38. And the Windwards have erased the deficit that they had of 75. So his dugout, his teammates have celebrated with him following the scoreboard. This one he drives at it outside the off stump, a naughty stroke, nothing close to it. The legs didn't move. All that went there was his arms. And again, showing those signs of just trying to be aggressive at everything. But once more, no damage done to the Windwards, Romel.
Yeah, no damage done. You allow the naughty stroke. You allow the naughty stroke every now and again. I've never ever seen in all my years of playing cricket a batter who did not play a naughty stroke, even though you might hear that a batter had no chances, but you can be sure that he would have played 1 or 2 naughty strokes.
Oh, this one kept low. This one beat Pascal and moved away from the stumps. And it seems when I'm doing commentary, these stumps sway because I saw it just moved away. Didn't want to be touched by the ball, and Pascal would be happy with that. But that one beat him all ends up. It kept lower than he expected. And living to fight another day is Pascal because that one was very, very, very close to the off stump, Romel.
Yeah, very, very, very close to the off stump indeed. But it seems to be Pascal's day. He just has to keep pushing. Take that delivery, get it out of his mind, play his ball in his merit, and see what the day offers up for him. He certainly has set the foundation. He certainly is in a mood to score runs, as we've seen. He's always trying to get the ball or feel the ball on his bat. He just has to ensure that he does the proper calculations in his mind. Don't be satisfied with having scored 50. Well, he's actually on 49, but don't be satisfied with that. And that is what most often we lack here in the West Indies, where we get to a score, we say, well, we would have made it, and we don't put that extra effort in our brains to say, well, hey, we have to start over. I, of course, would have fallen victim to that. So I know what I'm talking about when I say so. But it's a new generation. I'm hoping for Pascal's sake and for the Windward Islands' sake that he settles down again. He says to himself, I have to continue. You just can't be satisfied with 50 and push on to get 100 and put his team in the best position possible.
Well, the leg break bowler in Michael Mackenzie has been employed by Captain Tuckett for the Leeward Islands. He was quite impressive in his earlier stint, and he had a really good outing with the under-17s, the West Indies under-17 tournament, had 12 scalps in that. Comes up now to Ethan Gibson, who has a foolish delivery, driving at it, peeling off the outer portion of the bat, and went at a backward of point. And there was some excitement to the fielders. It's one slip, there's a point, there's a man at cover, short mid-off. As Mackenzie comes in, and this one is a short of a good length and comes back into Gibson. He's on top of it. I guess this is where the concentration of the batsmen are going to be asked some questions, Romel.
Yeah, you're right, Roxel. But this field is an interesting field that the Leeward skipper has set here. Leg spin bowler. He has 5 fielders on the offside, a short cover, an ordinary cover, man behind point, and slip, and 4 fellas on the onside. I'm wondering if that's an indication of how little the ball is turning, or is it a deliberate plan to keep the ball wide outside off stump or outside off stump, given that it doesn't seem as though the ball is turning too well. First over, I guess we'll see what happens.
Well, he's bowling quite full, and he had a few full tosses so far. Ethan Gibson moved on to 39 with that last delivery. So let's see what he offers up to Pascal. This is Mackenzie. This one is another full delivery and easily punched down to a long on. Pascal now moves to 50, now gets his 50. And the Windwards 99, Stefan Pascal 50 of those. And he has with his partner now, Gibson 39. And the congratulatory meeting in the middle has been official now for the 50, Romel.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. He has played really well so far. But the leg spinner has just come on. Obviously, it's not an easy task, Roxel, to be a risk spinner. It's always difficult when it comes to the control. So it takes a lot of practice. So we really have to have some patience for the leg spinner. Hopefully he gets into his groove, picks a nice line and length. And I'm assuming that is one of the reasons why the captain basically has given him that level of protection, because we haven't seen any feeler under the bat just yet. He's just giving him that bit of a leeway, because the batters, to be fair, they have been at the wicket for the last 20 overs, and they are batting quite well. So it's important for the captain to allow the spinner to get that confidence going, to build a rhythm, and then he can have close-in fielders.
Buoyed by the last over, it's Ethan Gibson comes back in, and this is a good delivery on the stumps. Pascal had to come down solidly on it. That he did, and out on the offside it went. And from what we've seen from Mackenzie in his previous outing with the ball, it takes an over or two to get his rhythm going. So I do agree with your comments and your assessment there, Romel. As Nathan Gibson still plugging away, and Nathan Edwards still plugging away to attempt to dislodge one of these openers. They have been solid so far. This one is outside the off, someone driven beautifully, but excellent work in the point area, cover point area. That's Amri, I make it. Is it? No, that's Palmer. looks like Palmer from our vantage point. Amri now comes and give him a big high five for that piece of work. And the ground fielding as well has been quite good by these young men.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that the Leewards, they're coming together. They are congratulating each other for feeling so well. The score is 100 without loss, but they're still buoyed by the feeling efforts of each person. So that's really, really good to see. Really, really good.
Well, it was neither Amri nor Palmer, and we're still trying to figure out the tall, lanky young man. He has number 10 on his back. Looks like Harris. Okay, so not seeing the colored hair, which he has under the cap, so that threw it off our perception there. But another good delivery offered up there by Nathan Edwards. He's pushing, and he's pushing hard, trying to get his 6th wicket for this match. This one's outside your stump and induces a 4-stroke again from Pascal. Tuckett went up, but no one else gave him the amount of support that he would have liked. And he didn't get it from umpire Trudeau either. So Tuckett trying to marshal his troops. He's speaking to his players. He's gesturing with his arms as he tries to keep his players together. One of the more difficult jobs in cricket, captain and wicket keeper as well, Romel.
It's quite difficult. It's not easy to be bending down every delivery, practically.
So it's turned into the onside. There was a hope and some excitement of a possible opportunity of a run out, but the fielder did not pick it up cleanly. Score moves on to 101. 101. Is it 100? Okay. Let's make sure we get that correct. So the 100 comes up. Yes, 100. The Windwards, 100 partnership by Pascal and Gibson. Pascal moves on to 51. Gibson is on 39. And the Windward opening pair continuing to bat positively. Ethan Gibson pushes this into the onside. They're looking for a quick single, another excitement there. The players were thinking that there could have been a possibility of a run out, but they've completed it safely at the end. Ethan Gibson moves into the 40s. He's in 40. The Windwards are 101 without loss in their second innings after wiping off the deficit of 75. They are now have 25 in their account. 26 actually in their account.
Yeah, good going so far. But the Windwards batters, they have to be careful because the worst thing that can happen now, after you would have had a start, is to get a run out. You do not want that at all. Pascal, he's on 50 plus. If he gets run out, I'm sure he will be kicking himself. So would Gibson. He is batting well so far, quietly, albeit, but he is batting well. There's no need, like I said before, to rush. They have the whole day to bat. I don't know what the plans are, the captain's plans are, or the coach's plans. But there is time. There is time. Take their time. They don't have to take too much chances in the field. Or if they do take chances, those chances have to be calculated because they don't want to give an opportunity to the Leeward Islands fielders to get one of them out through the run-out route.
All right, well, Gibson just pushed that one in the air past where a wideish mid-on would have been. And that was a good delivery on the stumps and pitched up by the leg break bowler in Mackenzie. He now comes up to Pascal. And there is some more attacking come into play as there's a man short. This one is short of a length and moving away from the right-hander. As a leg break bowler would do more consistently. Pascal punches it front of point. No run. This is a better delivery. Beating him outside the off stump. Pascal not far forward as he would have liked. And this one moved past the edge. Mackenzie is cutting and cutting well. This is going to go into the boundary for 4. He's just going to retrieve it. The man who was coming wrong from the cover boundary, cover area. And that's a good shot by Pascal. He was on top of that one for sure. He's on 55 now. The Windwards total moves to 106.
Yeah, well, the bowler, there's no problem with the line. The problem that he has is the length, because he has bowled quite a bit of full tosses, and you just saw that he dropped that one quite short. So there is that issue there. Well, the captain now has afforded him a bit of protection, having put the fielder back on the boundaries, employing a sweeper. So that should give him a little bit of leeway to ensure that his confidence gets higher and he bowls better for his captain.
Yes, and then came back with one that was outside the off stump. Pascal went through the line, didn't make contact. This one is a good delivery, a better delivery now, just outside the off stump and moving away. And yeah, Mackenzie does take some time to get settled and to probably gain his confidence from what we saw in his first bowling stint. And still not where I believe his captain and his coach may want him to be, but they're going to continue to persist with him. And the Leewards opening pair continuing to do well, 106 without loss. Gibson 41 and Pascal 55. So with a lead of 31, we see Ethan Gibson has been given a rest. He has bowled a quarter that's allowed for a fast bowler on the 19 cricket. Edwards, that is, Ethan Edwards. He has bowled 6 overs. You want to speak a little bit of that as it relates to the pace bowlers being allowed a maximum of 6 overs in a spell?
Well, I understand why it was made that way. Obviously, you want to make sure that the longevity of the under-19 players is always there. I say longevity because, you know, it's easy to get injured, especially when you're a fast bowler. You have to really be fit. You have to be disciplined. You have to stretch. So the Cricket West Indies is ensuring that these fast bowlers, they don't break down. The workload is not too much. They are young persons here. They have 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds, and in some instances they are 15-year-old fast bowlers. So Cricket West Indies has employed this mechanism to ensure that these young bowlers, yes, they will bowl overs, but they don't go too much. You have to watch out for you have to watch and be careful with your body. We have seen it in adults, and these are youngsters. So kudos to Cricket West Indies for ensuring that the bowlers don't go beyond 6 overs. The fast bowlers, that is.
Oh, this has been dispatched, let's say, through mid-wicket for 4. Short, and Ethan Gibson rocked back and pulled it into the mid-wicket area. He goes on to 45. That was an impressive stroke, and just stood up there, and he did what he should do as a good batsman. Palmer, who was switched up to this top in Rommel.
Well, Palmer will have to learn quickly. We saw when Nathan was bowling, he kept the ball primarily up to the batter and created some problems. The wicket is as such that it is not coming off quickly. Right, it is slow. You take it into the pitch, it's going to sit up there and it's going to give the batsman free rein to play his shots. We saw earlier the spinner, he dropped it short. Tariq, he was able to just get back and cut it and beat the fielder and get 4 runs. So the wicket, it is slowly, the batsman has time to see the ball coming onto the wickets. It's vitally important that the Leeward Islands fast bowlers get it right, like how Nathan got it right this morning. But unfortunately for him, he didn't get a wicket. So they have to keep the ball up to the stumps, up to the wicket as much as possible for them to get the success that they want. Bowling short is not going to help them. It's not really going to help them. When you do the calculations, the wicket is not that sort of wicket. You're not going to bounce out anybody on this wicket. So they have to be disciplined.
Well, overcompensating on his other next delivery, and he was driven through the extra cover area. 1 more to Gibson. He moves to 46, 111. Palmer now short, and this is played behind point. That's going to run close to the boundary. Into the boundary it goes now. Does it? No. Just managed to pick it up. It looks like Graves, and 2 more to Pascal. And Pascal moves for 57. And the short deliveries are just meat and drink for the batsman. You're a good batsman. You can play through the line and the back square of the wicket with these short deliveries being offered. Palmer not as impressive as we've seen him before. And obviously he would have enjoyed the wicket on Wednesday when it offered some more assistance to the fast bowler. And he is going to be thinking hard in terms of what he should be doing here. He comes up again to Pascal. Full pitch. It's a Yorker and delivery, and this is a better line. This is where he needs to bowl. Has to have the batsman playing. The fuller you are, better for you on this surface as a fast bowler at this stage. And keeping him out there is Pascal.
So if you were to go back to the previous delivery, we saw that Pascal, he advanced a little bit down the wicket. I'm not sure if it is that the Windwards are seeking to get a total as good enough to declare later on this afternoon. I'm not sure what the plan is, but Pascal will want to be, I don't want to say circumspect, because he is going well so far and he wants to show that confidence, but he has to be calculated. He has to have some patience, but he's going well so far, as I said before.
Another good stroke. This is going to go into the boundary. This is not going to be stopped. That goes for 4. Through the gully area, down to White Tillman for 4. Pascal, you said he was confident. You said he has a little a chip on his shoulder, and he's showing you that because that was an excellent stroke, Romel.
Yeah, that was well played. He waited on it. That was the beauty of the shot. So he has assessed. He has assessed the pace of the wicket well. He has assessed the bounce of the wicket well. The new bowler, he has a bit more height, so he's getting more bounce. So he allowed the ball to come on, and he played it exceptionally well behind point for 4. He would, of course, he is brimming with confidence as we have seen so far. But like I said, we can only hope that overconfidence does not lead to his demise, because oftentimes you see in cricket, you would have a bowler who is bowling very well, he's not getting the wicket, and then you have another bowler that comes on, bowls one spot, another spot, and he is the one to reap the reward, because the batsman now would have said to himself, hey, this bowler is of a lesser standard and I can take the necessary risk. So this is where Pascal has to be very careful. Yes, he's confident, but he has to be very, very calculated, because we've seen it so many times in cricket where you take certain bowlers for granted and you just give your wicket away and you go back to the dressing room and you're all sullied and upset with yourself for playing a rash shot. But Pascal is going well, and I like the look of him.
Yes, Pascal's going well, and the Windwards would have won this first hour this morning on the 3rd day of the first round of matches here at the Arnos playing field. Cricket West Indies are rising stars on the 19 competition. The Leewards playing the Windwards, and resuming this morning at 72 without loss. The Windwards have pushed up to 117 without losing a wicket. Pascal, he has gotten his first half century of the tournament. He is not out on 61. Ethan Gibson is on 46. They are having a break. We'll take a break, and when we come back, Cosnell Morris will join Romel Currency.
So welcome back to the CWI Under 19 cricket tournament here at Arnos playing field. Good morning to the viewers. Good morning to you, Romel Currency. The Windward Islands are really taking the bull by the horn. 117 with total loss from the overnight total of 73. And Ethan and Pascal has shown great resistance and resilience in this adverse time where the ball is old and is supposed to be taking some turn from the spin Rommel. We are seeing here Mackenzie, the leg spinner, really not creating that trouble to the batsman. And look at that! Just as we're about to talk about it, he just after the water break, just threw back that delivery straight to Mackenzie, and he goes. The first wicket fall for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, that was an ill-advised shot, obviously. I thought that Gibson was playing a near-perfect foil for Pascal. He did bat well yesterday afternoon. He would, of course, be kicking himself. From our vantage point, we can't see too much of what the ball did. But the Leewards would, of course, be buoyed by that wicket. They're not too far behind. Yes, the Windwards are 117 for 1. But they really effectively are just about a couple of runs, well, not a couple, about 40-something, 42 runs ahead of the Leewards. So they don't necessarily need to be despondent, the Leewards. The spinners, like I said before, they're going to get a little bit more purchase than they did in the first innings. The wicket, of course, is playing slow. Giving the ball a bit more time to turn is a bit rugged. It is 3 days. This is the third day. So yes, the Leewards now, they just have to keep the pressure on. Gibson is out. Pascal, fortunately for the Windward Islands, is still there. So the Agis now is very accomplished. He would want to come and settle himself in quickly.
Well, first inroad for the Windward Island. Ethan will be very disappointed in that he has been, he was out there for 46. He went there for 46, and he will be disappointed that he didn't get his 50 in this case. So the new batsman is the captain, Agist.
Kim Agist. Yeah, he did bat well in the first innings.
Yes.
I thought he played splendidly well. Windwards lost a wicket, the very first ball of their innings, and he came in and he showed a kind of confidence that we often do not see at this level. So I'm really looking forward to him batting here today. He would want to make amends for not going on all the way to score 100. He is a West Indies player, a regional first-class player as well for the Windward Islands. So he should really, I'm sure he's going to lead the way here today with Pascal as long as he gets going. But definitely, like I said before, I'm looking forward to seeing these two batters, these two very accomplished batters, given the level that we're playing. Looking forward to seeing them scoring big runs here today at Arnos Sporting Complex.
One of the things that the Windward Islands should be very aware of, that the total on the scoreboard is not really the total that they should be working with. They should be working with the follow-on, the lead that they have, which is just 45. One of the things that they also need to know is that lunch is coming up, and they should not be able to lose any wicket at this time. That will be very crucial and vital. We always see where a partnership is going. When one partner goes, the other partner will tend to follow.
Yeah, you're seeing a definite energy now. You're seeing more energy from the Leeward Islands. Mackenzie is bubbling. He's more confident. You can see it in his run-up.
So, end of the over, 122 for 1. The Leeward Islands leading by 47. change of bowling here from the commentary booth, and Emery comes on, and he replaces Palmer. We've just had a little bit of struggle for all the parts of this spell. They've changed end from the Grenadines end and took up end from the commentary booth end, but still had that struggle. So he's now replaced by Emery, off spinner. So he will be facing up. The captain, Agis, will be facing up.
Well, it's a bit surprising to see the captain starting with so much of a defensive feel for Akeem, really. He has just come to the wicket. They have a sweeper, they have long off and long on. I don't know if the intention is to get Pascal back on strike, but I wouldn't want to believe so. Emery is an off-spin bowler, so he should have that level of control, a little bit more control than Mackenzie, who is bowling with spin. I'd definitely love to see mid-off come up and maybe mid-on, and the sweeper to keep as much as possible Akeem on strike. He is a new player. He wouldn't get the pace of the wicket just yet, the pace and bounce. They have been going well so far, the Windwards, but like I said, I'd really love to see a change in the field for Akeem. Put more pressure on him.
The wind seems to be picking up a bit. Nothing to really expand on, but it will be crucial at this time that he used that wind to spin that ball across the left-handers. The Windward Island is packed with a cadre of left-handers. He's trusting the bounce on this one at this time, but somewhat of a misjudgment there. But end of the over, he got it clear, and the over remains a maiden at 122 for 1, the Windward Islands. Magnificent shot. Pascal getting down on one leg, sweeping that one behind square, 4 runs. A welcome boundary there for Pascal. Another boundary for the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands really tallying on this morning.
Yeah, beautiful shot by Pascal. There was really free rein. The fielder on the onside, the deep field on the onside, he was in front of square. The captain is making a slight adjustment, not too much behind square now still. So there is a lot of acreage behind the wicket. But Mackenzie has been by and large consistent with his lines. He hasn't been so consistent with his lengths, but he is bowling a bit with a lot more energy now. He has gotten the wicket of Gibson, so he has that pep in his step, as you would want to say. So yes, I think it's going well so far for the Leewards. Like I said before, I would love to see a little bit more pressure applied to the Windwards batters, but the captain has different ideas, it seems.
And the thing about it is that the captain, as you made mention earlier on, I think he's missing the part here where they are leaving a lot of open spaces for Agis just coming into the crease to be somewhat relaxed instead of trying to look for his wicket or trying to get another wicket here. We are seeing a lot of space on the onside and even on the offside, and it will allow the strike to be rotated. It's a left and right combination. The captain coming up one down, and there you see it. Just a chicken down down the ground for one. End of the over, 128 for one, the Windward Islands.
Casnell, I like the look of Amory. He's a bit tall for a spinner. You don't normally see spinners being that tall. I'm reminded of Solomon Ben. He was quite tall when he played for Western. Well, he's quite tall throughout, but you don't ordinarily see spinners being that tall. Amory has been going well so far. Like I said, I would have loved to see a little bit more pressure applied. But nonetheless, he seems to have that control that is often quite, that is needed. I was about to say that is lacking for spinners, but when you're a finger spinner, you often have very decent control. But yeah, Amory seems quite tall. He has a nice loop going for him. He should get a little bit more bounce than the average spinner, so that augurs well for him. It's interesting. It will be interesting to see how Pascal goes about batting him. He hasn't had much of the strike when it comes to Amory so far, but I'm sure he will be continuing his effort to score quickly and feel the ball on the bat. Interestingly, though, we just saw that delivery and the ball did quite bounce a lot and did turn. No change in the field as yet. Still 2 men deep on the boundary. So quite a lot of acreage, quite a lot of space for singles.
End of the over, 129 for one.
With the Leeward Islands, they have to keep plugging away. Huh? They can't allow the batters to be scoring freely. They have to basically stem the runs, at least from one area, from one end of the wicket. They are doing well so far. Like I said before, Mackenzie is bubbly. He seems an energetic bowler. So I wouldn't be surprised if he were to pick out 1 or 2 more scalps before we go to the lunch break. But then again, we're talking about Akeem and Pascal. They have batted well so far in the game. So they would certainly have other ideas. Pascal looks in supreme form, and Akeem looks equally accomplished and equally in good form, even though he has just come to the wicket.
Yes, he should be in a good knock. He had a good first innings total. And nothing really have demonized the track in any way. It has just only dried out and it's just a spin. There's a hint of movement on for the leg spinners and for the off spinners, they have really been utilizing the chop. But what I've been really not impressed with is that Emery have not bowled long spells in what maybe have been allotted to him. I've seen Mackenzie who have bowled longer spells than he did. I'm not too sure if that is a ploy that they have, but this one has been driven into the cover area. They will come back for 2, and that's what you will continue to get. Open areas where you could get your 1s and 2s, and the Leeward Islands should not come to a place of comfort where they just accept. Because clearly the total now is this 56 they lead by, and quickly you could get this turned into 150, and it could prove either beneficial for the Windwards if they have to get a ball later on.
Yeah, well, it's a delicate balance because the Leeward Islands, yes, they have to get the wickets, but at the end of the day, they don't want to be leaking too much runs. I'm guessing that is what the captain is thinking. Yeah, he could maybe if this were the first innings, he would have had somebody under the bat. But this being the second innings, this is the last day, so he would be mindful that the Windward Islands, they have a very, very good start. They're 130 plus for just the loss of 1 wicket. Pascal is going well. August, we all know what he can do. So it's a difficult. I don't want to say difficult, but it is a delicate balance between attack and defense. So the captain really has to be unsung here in ensuring that he gets his field placing right, he gets his bowling changes right, and he keeps on encouraging his players to be vibrant and active in the field so that the result ends up in their favor. Of course, Windwards would have a completely different idea. Casnell.
You've been a captain yourself, Romel. You've been in positions like these. What sort of strategy would you have deployed in a case like this? Where would you have put an unorthodox field? Would you have create, maybe not a bowler who is not recognized, bring him on to try something? End of the over is 136, 134 for 1.
Well, the bowlers aren't doing badly at all, They're not doing badly at all. They have, by and large, kept the score down. I know the Windwards, their batters are batting well. The wicket is placid, as I said before. And I understand the delicate position that the Leeward Islands captain is in. But as you would know, once you get wickets, it kind of stems the flow of runs. 36 overs have been bowled so far for 134 runs. In the context of how things have gone, that is going at a fair clip, almost 4 runs and over or thereabouts. So the captain would be mindful.
And I think the Windward Islands position should be do not lose another wicket before lunch at this time. That could prove a good momentum going into the lunch in post-lunch session.
Yeah, that would certainly be the plan, but you want to ensure that you keep a positive mindset. And the batters that they have there now, they seem to have a positive mindset, as we saw a while ago, Akeem advancing down the wicket to play that delivery. Even though he's a left-handed batter batting an off-spinner, he was confident enough to advance down the wicket and make a lovely drive down to mid-on, down to long on to get that single. So there is quite a bit of positivity in the batting.
So end of the over. So 137 for 1.
Pascal, you bowl leg spin at the local level. How difficult it is to control, especially when you've just started bowling. How difficult it is for you as a bowler to pick that line and length going. I'm not sure if you're in the caliber of Mackenzie with your spin, but I don't want to. I'm not jabbing you, but it must be difficult. It's not an easy art to perfect in any case, but it must be very, very difficult.
By no means it's an easy art. One of the things that you have to do is, first and foremost, you as a bowler have to pick an area on the pitch in which you want to call a good area, first and foremost. There are different batsmen with different stands. Different batsmen take different guards. So you have to know how do you pitch a ball in a certain area to either beat the batsman or to somewhat create a LBW decision. You have a variety. If you do have varieties, you could use different varieties at a batsman.
There's certainly no pressure at all for the Windward Island batters. Pascal is continuing on his merry way. Auguste, he is also continuing on his merry way. He's quickly up to 13. It doesn't seem as though things are bothering him too much out there. Seems very much accomplished at the wicket.
What I feel that the Leeward Islands may have missed a trick on is that these two batsmen, they are not playing massive shots. And the field setting is that they have boundary riders. They have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 boundary riders. And it's like they're just using that at their advantage, the Windward Islands batsmen, using that at their advantage. Nothing is wrong with bringing them in like 3/4 of the way and making it count. Well, this one a bit. Well, great shot there in the mid-wicket region. Coming back for the second.
Well, the wicket is turning quite a bit now, but it is turning slowly, as you would see. The trick is often determining at what pace you should bowl, because you have to have a consistent pace. Yes, you're going to vary every now and again, but you have to have a stock pace, if you want to call it that, right? Because the wicket is turning slowly. It is turning, but you want to ensure that the batsman doesn't get enough time to see the ball turn so much that he can play comfortably. And at the moment, that is what is happening. We did see some big turns for Mackenzie bowling outside off stump and coming back quite appreciably. But you have to get that pace right. The batsmen at the moment, they are pretty much comfortable playing on the back foot. And that is not what you want as a spinner. You want to always get them to come on the front foot, right? So it's not going to be an easy task because, like I said before, the batsmen are pretty much settled. But they have to keep plugging away. They have to keep plugging away. excellent running by the two at the wicket. They saw that the fielder was way back on the boundary. Big boundaries here at the Arnos playing field. So there is, like I said, a lot of acreage. So excellent running by Pascal and Ogis.
Yeah, and that is what I was alluding to. The boundary riders are right on the ropes. These batsmen are not playing rash shot, and clearly you see that what should have been maybe a one if that fielder was like 3/4 in, we could have saved an extra run, but a bygone is a bygone.
Yeah, you see the slowness of the wicket creeping in there. Pascal haven't been at the wicket for so long, still managed to push that ball in the air. He didn't mean to push that ball in the air, but the slowness of the wicket caused the ball to come on a bit slower than he would have expected. So that is why, as I mentioned before, the pace at which you bowl as a spinner is so very important here. I don't know exactly what pace he should be bowling because I'm not down there, but it would seem to me that they may have to push it through a little bit more to allow the batters to get more on the front foot. Spin is being offered. Not sure if it will turn as much if they push it through, but like I said, you have to have that delicate balance even for the bowlers.
Introduced into the attack, spinner, and it would be interesting to know how he will operate to the right and left combination. And just before lunch, you have him coming into the attack. Captain seemed to be experimenting all of his bowlers in his artillery to see what he can make. Another breakthrough before lunch.
Pascal seems to have damaged his arm. I don't know exactly what happened there, but he is stretching it. Seems to be okay now. Hopefully he's okay enough. Well, he's not going to come out of the wicket for sure, him being on 73 on the 19 player. No way he's going to come off of that wicket.
A very hot day, Romel. These players they're young players. They have been playing 3 days straight, and though we have got the early morning dew, once the game have started, we have got steady sunshine. We have not been interrupted by any rain, and the fatigue would be creeping in for these youngsters. But Pascal seems to not be that fatigued because he's the one in the driver's seat at the moment.
That's what I can tell you, right? When you play under 19 cricket, once you're making runs and at any level really, once you're making runs and you're taking wickets, it doesn't matter how tired you are, you just get the energy from somewhere. And I can assure you, Pascal is on 70 odd. Ogis haven't made a half century in the first innings. Seems to be going well so far. He's not going to feel the tiredness at all. He's definitely not going to feel it.
So end of the over, 150. The 150 comes up there for the Windward Island. 150 for one. And they lead by some 75 runs. Pascal is on 74. And Agis 18.
Leeward Island seems to be just going through emotions right now. They've lost a little bit of pep. They were buoyed by the wicket of Graves earlier on. They were clapping and chirping.
Well, just as you're about to talk about that, Romel, the captain just chipped down the track and just placed that one straight in and shot extra cover there. And the Windward Island losing their second wicket there. The captain goes back before lunch there. The Windward Islands losing their captain at a very crucial point.
Yeah, that was really an ill-advised shot. I'm guessing, you see, when you're at this level, you're confident. Ogis, like I said before, he made runs in the first innings. He came out here, he was playing pretty confidently, and he wanted to feel the ball and the bat all the time. He wasn't being troubled, and this is what happens sometimes when you're overconfident. The wicket, as we have seen so far, it is playing slowly. The ball sometimes is not coming off coming off the wicket as you would want it to come off. So you really have to be careful when you're driving. A couple of times we saw some shots being played by Pascal and the same Ogis that went into the air just for a little bit. So that tells you a lot about the slowness of the wicket here at Arnos Vale, especially on a third day. Now the Windwards now, they can't afford to relax. Yes, they're 150 for two, but they can't afford to relax. There's still a lot more in the game. A lot of time is left in the game. Another quick wicket here, another quick wicket after can spell trouble for the Windward Islands. The Leeward Islands now, they have to be consistent in their bowling. They have to ensure that the Windward Islands don't score too quickly. They have to apply pressure where it is necessary. The new batter is at the crease. The captain has elected to keep a long off and long on. I don't know the repetition of this new batter, if he's a big hitter from the very start. But they do have two slips in place, so there is turn and offer, so that's a good thing. I would love to see somebody under the bat and maybe mid-off coming up into the circle to give that extra pressure. But the Leewards, they're on top right now, having just taken the wicket of August. There is quite a bit happening in terms of turn, so let's see how it goes.
Well, the Windward Islands continue with the left and right. Bring Morancy. Oh, this one is beaten outside your stump. Very good delivery there by Emery. As you see, a bit of energy has been back into the Leeward Islands field, and that delivery passing the outside edge. They have now deployed two slips now since the fall of that wicket. End of the over. It's 150. 150 for two. They are leading by 75 runs. The Windward Islands should be able to, not able to lose a wicket going into lunch thereafter. By Harris as he continues into the lunch interval. Romel, what do you think this will do to Pascal, seeing that he have lost his captain? He was somewhat getting into a kind of a comfort zone with his captain and playing freely and fluently with the ones and the twos. Now he has to adjust. What do you think that will do to his psyche?
Well, I don't think it's going to change the way Pascal plays going forward. He is, to me, a positive player by nature. He always seems to want to feel the ball on his bat, which is what you should do as a batter. Obviously, you have to employ proper judgment. But like I said, I don't think it's going to change the mode in which he goes about batting today. Edmund, on the other hand, he didn't score much. He only scored 1 run in the first innings. He would want to get a good start here and carry on for the Windward Islands. So it's important for him to settle down and bat a couple. There's, like I said, quite a bit of time left in the game. So he has the opportunity. The wicket is not a bad one. It is slow, yes, but there is runs to be had once you decide to actually make those runs and do the things that you ought to do to ensure that you make those runs.
So end of the over, over number 42 is 152 for 2 the Windward Islands. The mid-on comes up from a long-on position. Morancy has that high bat lift, somewhat of a Rory Bones bat lift. We normally see left-handers tend to have high bat lifts. Brian Lara had a high bat lift, but his coordination, his hand-eye coordination was one that was, this is a sloppy piece of work there by the mid-wicket fielder there. Making the good through for 1. And I was making the bat lift and that speed. You have to have that good hand-eye coordination, because there are some bowlers who tend to give you some slinging action that you have to be adjusted to very quickly.
This is what Pascal has to keep on doing. He has to just rotate the strike. Don't get over ambitious. Yes, he's a free scorer, as we have seen, but he has to bat within himself now. He has to stay there. He has lost his captain. He has lost Eaton. Edmund doesn't have much runs behind his name. Looking at the first innings, yes, there is Tariq to come. He batted quite brilliantly yesterday, faced 102 balls, scored 65. Leo batted well as well. So yes, so it's important for Pascal. He is leading the way. He's leading the charges. He has 76. He has to stay there and ensure that the Leeward Islands, especially before lunch, does not make further inroads.
So end of the over, 154 for 2. We have seen some vital partnerships in the first innings for the Windward Islands that has caused them to, propel to 209 in the first innings. Now, partnership in this case, 100 was done for the first wicket. And there you go. There's a hesitation there by Moranci. And there you are, I'm asking him what happened. He's still sleeping. I'm out here since yesterday. Pascal, and Moranci was not up to task, but they safely got 2 for 1. And one of the things that will be important is the chemistry that you have with each batsman as they come, because there you see that Moranci was not up to the task for that single. So you will always want to know the incoming batsman and what level of partnership, what level of communication you have with the batsman at an early stage.
Yeah, you have a point there. When Akeem was at the wicket, he and Pascal, they ran brilliantly. You saw that they ran the first run quickly to ensure that they got enough time to come back for the second. So they had that chemistry. Moranci, he hasn't shown that level of ability as August did when he came to the wicket, but I'm sure as he faces more deliveries, his confidence will increase. And that's the thing about confidence. When you're confident in the wicket batting, everything seems always to come into play. All of a sudden, you run well between the wicket. You communicate well with each other, you complement each other, but it takes a while. And like I said before, Edmund, he didn't make much runs in the first inning, so it's going to take some time for him to get in. He hasn't gotten the measure of the wicket just yet, so a lot will depend on Pascal. He would have to guide Edmund, talk to him as much as possible, make sure that he instills or encourages him to be or to bat the way that he would normally bat in the nets, because oftentimes when you bat in the nets you look like a Brian Lara, but when you come into the game, a lot of things happen
look like
in your mind.
Currency.
Yeah, a lot of things happen in your mind.
So Harris continues. So you spoke about Romanzi has to get that confidence level up. He only faced 6 balls in the first innings for his 1. Now he's somewhat trying to get his eyes, everything adjusted to the conditions. He's not really facing up to Nathan or those piece Palmer and Landefort. He was actually LBW by Nathan, so he has got a less pace to negotiate with, and he is now feeling his way out, feeling his adjustment to the wicket and everything of that. This was a good delivery, beaten outside the off stump, and goes straight to the keeper. So it would be important that he spend time at the crease. We have been saying that since day one. Once you spend time at the crease, it becomes easier. Pascal, he has been at the crease for a very long time, overnight as well. And there you see him, he has gotten a first ball duck in the first innings. And he's now carrying the mantle now for the Windward Islands.
Tell you what, I'll be very, very disappointed if Pascal doesn't go on to get 100. He looks very, very assured at the wicket. Nothing seems to bother him as a batter. But he just has to, be content in getting those singles. Don't get over ambitious, as we saw August when he left, when he got out, got a little bit too ambitious there. I guess confidence played a big factor in that. Pascal, as I have been harping all morning, seems to be very, very confident, and sometimes too much confidence would lead to your downfall. There is going to be a change of bowlers. I can't recognize who the bowler is right now, but I would hope that this doesn't change the way Pascal goes about batting. I've been told that it is Edwards who is going to return, Nathan Edwards. He was the pick of the bowlers during the first innings of the Leewards. So he would look to nip out. It's an important spell for him. It's not going to be a long spell because it's just about 7 minutes before lunch. But a decent change nonetheless. I'm looking forward to see what Edwards will do in this spell. I know, judging from what I've seen this morning, that he tends to keep the ball up to the wicket. Edmund Morency, would have a more difficult time playing him, having just arrived at the wicket, not yet getting the pace and the length, the judgment of the length correct thus far. But, good contest for the under-19 blokes.
As a opening bat yourself, Romel, you have a bowler. In the case of Morency here, a bowler who got you in the first innings. Here you see you come to the crease and that bowler is coming back onto the attack. What sort of mindset it puts you in as a batsman?
Well, I guess each person is different. But looking at this game now, I know Pascal was bold the first delivery he faced in the first innings, but right now he's on 78 runs, and I'm sure that would be the least of his concern. He's, like I said, pretty confident. I'm sure he doesn't believe Edwards can get him out. The way he has been batting, I don't believe that he believes that anybody can get him out. He would take, a rash shot on his behalf, in my opinion, for him to be out. But we have seen some I don't want to say foolish, but we have seen some ill-advised shots in the past or in cricket when things seem to be going well for the batters. It is, of course, cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties, but Pascal shouldn't be bothered at all. Like I said, he is in the wicket, he has been scoring well, and he knows the measure of the wicket. He's pretty confident. I have no doubts that he will go back into the dressing room after lunch, when lunch is called, not out, and he would come back after lunch, and once he continues the way he has been batting thus far, I have no doubt that he will definitely go on and score 100. And it will be very, very good for his confidence, because I really do like the look of Pascal. I think it augurs good for Dominica cricket and Windward Islands cricket, and of course for West Indies cricket. So I really do like the look of him.
So maiden over to start for Edward. Score remains 156 for 2. The Windward Islands leading by 81 runs. I think the Windward Islands batsmen is have about if we may get in another over after this, based on the speed of the over before lunch. They will be looking now more secure the wicket going into lunch than to more like looking for runs. But they also have to, if there is an opportunity for scoring, do that. Score where the opportunity is.
Edmund seems a little bit circumspect still. He has been there for quite a while. He only has 2 runs to his name. But he just has to hold out until lunch and then come back and build again. He is trying his very best, as we can see. Pascal will definitely need to keep talking to him. He's the one that has been on the wicket since the inception. So he would have that confidence. So he has to talk to Edmund and ensures that he plays and does what he's supposed to do as a batter.
So end of the over. End of the over. It's 156. A maiden over there for. Yes, end of the over, 156 for 2. And I believe this should be the final overs before lunch. So a new bowler been introduced, Greaves, the new bowler, vice captain, looking to introduce himself. Not one of the frontline bowlers, but I believe what they will be looking to do is to see if they could get a opportunity for a wicket. And see if they could create some upset going into lunch. So Michael Greaves. And his action appears to be that of a leg spinner.
Well, the best thing Pascal can do now is to get a single and get off strike. You might want to argue that he, being the batsman that has been there the longest, should take the majority of strike, but it's important that he goes out, he goes to lunch, not out, because he has set the foundation. Windward Islands, they are looking to him to carry the mantle forward post lunch. So it's important, like I said, for him to get a single, get off strike, and let Mackenzie bat the rest of the overs. Rest of the over.
Yeah, just as you requested, that one is put on to the sweeper, and I think what Tucker did, he offered that opportunity for the single. I think he should have allowed Pascal to face more of it, but it's halfway through the over, and he is able to get himself off strike there, and it brings Morancy into contention here, and you see some adjustments being done to the field. So a deep square is positioned more so for the pull shot, and as we speak, it goes out to that man. It brings back Pascal onto strike. end of the over and the end of the first session here at the Arnos playing field on the third and final day of the CWI Under 19 Cricket Rising Star Cricket Tournament. The Windward Islands, they are batting from overnight at 73 without loss. They are 158 for 2. 158 for 2 with a Pascal leading with Stefan Pascal. He's on 79 and Moranci, he's on 3 from some 21 balls. They will not be looking to doing anything rash at the moment. The Windward Islands will be looking to come out after lunch and see if they could capitalize on the total here to give them some sort of contention in this game. But it's the Leeward Islands, they really haven't got much of the morning, and so the Windward Islands will feel they are the better going out to lunch. They are still, a balance of scale is still there for a draw, more so. But the Leeward Islands, they would have to come out in a more attacking to get some wickets and some breakthrough. The bowling for the Leeward Islands, nothing much to be debated about, but just 1 wicket apiece for Amri and yes, for Amri there, and he's the bowler that really tightened the screws on the Windward Islands more so in the last half an hour of the game, and they're now going lunch here at the Arnos playing field. When we come back, we will take the post-lunch session here on the third day of the CWI Under 19 Cricket Tournament. So from us here, it's goodbye until we do come back.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnos playing field as we just about getting ready to resume play after lunch. This is day 3 of the first round match between the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. The Windward Islands having a deficit of 75. They have progressed this morning to 158 for 2, 158 for 2. Pascal has looked good this morning. He has progressed to 79. He's still there on 79, not out. With him, Morance on 3. And so far, the wicket takers for the Leeward Islands today. Mackenzie, 9 overs, 1 for 43. And Amory, 13 overs, 1 for 24. And Nathan Edwards had a good spell. And that is reflective in his figures of 8 overs, 4 maidens, and he conceded 8 runs. Castnell, the afternoon, the post-lunch period, it could be quite interesting because it seems to me, when I was off commentary, that Stephen Pascal and Captain Auguste looked as if they wanted to push the runs during that last hour before lunch to see if they can try and pull something out of the bag this afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon to you, good afternoon to the viewers. That partnership would have been a very crucial one had they not lost the captain going into the lunch. But however, that being the case, after lunch now, the Windward Islands should be looking to mount the total into 150 or 175 to put some sort of bowling pressure on the Leeward Islands if they have to let them bat after tea. And then they could put themselves into contention. But it will be very important that they do not lose wicket at this time because it could go either way for both teams.
The wicket has slowed up significantly, in my impressions as well. The spinners who would come into play may have just been a little too quick through the air and on the surface. You need to slow it up a little bit more to get that bite that you get from the surface. Amory will continue, and he is going to offer up to Morance. And he starts on the money, a good delivery, and Morance comes forward and blocks it quite well, compactly behind there, defensively. It's glorious sunshine this afternoon here at the Arnos playing field. It's a good delivery, pitching and moving away from the left-hander, and the keeper, Tuckett, taking as he jumped. Bounce on off of there. It's another good delivery on the money, on about the off stump. Had to come down hard on it and kept it out there. Morance, a good start after lunch here by Amory. This is a good delivery, a little bit more flight and just a touch outside the off stump and varying them. He's enjoying what he's doing. Could see him smiling. Always seem to be in the thick of things when he's on the field.
Yes, he's very spirited and he's been keeping things quiet. Just before lunch, even though as well, he's kept things very quiet and continued that just after lunch here, the 5th ball. And he will be quite satisfied with his returns so far.
Yes, doing his magic here, Amory. And this one is another good delivery. This time left alone outside the awesome Morance. So just getting his eye back in, as we would say here in our local terms. See what the wicket is offering again, and regathering his thoughts and his composure and organizing himself so that he can build and probably try to bat as long as he possibly can after lunch. We have seen the departure of President Currency. He's indicating that he might be journeying up to Park Hill. So making the rounds. And this looks like Graves, is it? Graves had an over prior to the London interval. What were your thoughts? Because I didn't get the opportunity to see him in that over.
Well, I thought to myself, because it was the last over, that the captain would have, well, he's been the vice captain, the captain would have said, okay, look, the ball, try something. But now I'm seeing that he's getting a second over, so and they're continuing the same ploy before lunch. So I'm not too sure if they're asking the bowler to bring himself to be one of those recognized bowlers.
Well, he looks the part. A leg break is offering up, and there he goes again, and another good delivery on about the middle stump and moving away from Pascal. He's behind it. Pascal, a young man. I'm not sure if he has attained the age 17 as yet. And he's offering some good resistance here, batting well. Much more than resistance, I should say. He's been composed, he's been compact on most occasions, as he has just done there, as he came behind that one again. He is on 79. This one, he punches a back passer ball on the onside. He moves up to 80. And the Windwards to 159, 159.42. Morance will now face up to Graves.
Roxel, if I may say, I thought that after the lunch, the captain would have opted for one of his main bowlers, even if Edward is not too well with his injury. Try Landerford or even Palmer, and see what you could have gotten out of it, because you must be looking for wicket at this time.
Well, the surface is not really giving anything to the pace bowlers as we saw this morning. The spinners would probably be more attacking option as it relates to the Leeward Islands at this stage. The ball isn't new, and they are both getting some turn. And once they put it on slow turn, but once they put in the ball in the right areas, then you may be in with a shout. So possibly trying to restrict the scoring and trying to pick up some runs as well. The bulk of the scoring came off the pace bowlers this morning. So it's Graves again, this time to Pascal. He drives comfortably back down to long on. He's going to move up to 81. And the score is 161. Morance previously went up to 4. So 161.42, closing in on a 100 lead, and to probably make the game interesting. It would be nice to see if the Windwards could bat through this period and offer the Leeward 2 hours, 30 overs this evening to try and get 175, and it might be an interesting evening.
It certainly will be, because the batsmen for the Leeward Islands have shown their pedigree and show that they could withstand the odds. However, this wicket is not going to get better. That is for sure. What if they are to do that? The batsmen for the Leeward Islands will just have to see off the new ball. Thereafter, the batting will get easier.
This one is dead on the stumps from Emery as Pascal came forward. This is characteristic lazy style, but still getting in position. This one, he's punching back from the back foot onto the onside. Seemed to have thought that he could have done a little better with it, but rehearsing a defensive stroke as he faces up again. This one is a good delivery, a little bit more air. And this is what I thought that the spinners could have done. I thought they were a little too quick through the air and a little too fast to the close in terms of getting to the batsman. They were not using the surface as they should. And see some more of it now. Yes, this one is flighted and coming into the right-hander. And this is what I think they need to do a little bit more, the off spinners at least.
I have observed how he has been bowling. If he bowls the ball straight to the stump, he pushes it with more speed. He doesn't give it that flight. If he bowls outside the off stump, he gives it that air. That is so because with the wing in which he's bowling into, that one is going across the wicket.
Excellent.
If you get the ball to drift in from the off stump, there might be a contention for hitting the off stump or just an edge or something.
Excellent.
Once that ball hit straight, it will turn and go down leg. So it's end of the over 161 for 2.
Excellent observation there, Casnell. I do agree with you. And as you were speaking, I was looking at the 3 remaining deliveries. And that's a 3rd consecutive maiden from Amory. And he's doing the job that's been requested here by the Leewards, not giving anything away and attacking the stumps and always making the batsman play. This is what you need to do. And bowling in the right areas, important at this stage. Don't want the game to run away from you, but you also want to make sure the batsman realize that you're still here and you're looking to get a wicket. And Graves making some adjustments to his field. Seemed to be a business-like individual, Graves.
Well, he likes to get things very precise. And,
yes.
Once you know what you are set out to do.
Leg break bowler into Moranse. He drives into extra cover area. So Graves has a leg slip and a slip. And no one square of the wicket on the onside behind point, and he is bowling a very good line. This one is attacking Moranse on the stumps. Moranse is behind it. He walks away. He's thinking about where his next scoring option will be coming from. Graves again. Not a good delivery. He's struck at the pad. The umpire says not out. He didn't know for a stroke. Possibly thinking that one was going to beat the leg stump and beat his pads, but it did cannon into his pads. Umpire Moranse did not agree. He didn't go up with the affirmative, but Graves is proving much more than a part-time bowler here. Go, there's another one, another opportunity. Graves floored it. He had to dive to his left. He's still on the ground. I just renamed the umpire as Banwari. But the excitement there, it is Moranse who was facing. And umpire Banwari thought that would not have come into the leg stump. But excellent over so far by Graves.
Great excitement. One of the things I was seeing there that I was questioning was whilst Moranse was on strike, they had a leg slip and a fine leg that was somewhat looking directly behind the leg slip. I think that was an error in judgment. However, the excitement doesn't change the fact that 3 opportunities have just gone there for the Leeward Islands.
So making something happen is Graves. Graves is actually taking the attack, and in more ways than one, to the Windward Islands batsmen. 3 occasions where he may have picked up a wicket. Again, this one comes from the inside portion of the bat. Beaten, I make it there. Moranse, he just about was able to keep it out. Graves stands up, he looks at him, and then he turns, takes his hat, and he's walking away, hands akimbo. I should have had wicket in this over, that's what he's saying. And he's going to think about what he's going to offer in the next over. Excellent over, I make it there from Vice Captain Graves. So it's 163 without loss to Windward Islands. And well, 163 for 2. I keep saying without loss. The openers were batting well until we had those dismissals. It's Amory again inside portion of the bat. They're going to get a single, and that should have been, would have been close if that short mid-wicket fielder were able to pick the ball up cleanly. Ambling down was Moranse. He was almost in no man's land, and in the space of 8 balls, we've seen a lot of action, Casnell.
I don't know if it is somewhat of a niggeritis is kicking in on Moranse. He just slept on the bat for a minute there, and Pascal was almost shouting. I believe the people in Kingston would have heard that shout to come, let's go, and that's a single there. But you're right, had that picked up cleanly, he would have been walking back to the hut.
So the bowlers, the spin bowlers here are doing the job for the Leewards, as in they're making and asking questions. Another good delivery by Amory into Moranse. He was beaten with a delivery before that, and again with smiles on his face, Amory comes back. 2 slips awaits something from the edge, but this one is going to be seen through to the wicketkeeper Tuckett.
Roxelle, the Leeward Islands are comfortable bowling at Moranse. There's something here that seems as if Moranse is still not confident. He's been facing up to some 35, 36 deliveries, 37, and that is over some 6 overs. And still he haven't shown that level of confidence of getting out there and defending properly.
I agree with you, as this one was a little quicker and into the pads, and he drove it back. Amory and his follow-through collected. And that's the end of another over. 1 run in that over. I make it 164, 164 for 2, the Windward Islands in their second innings. And they are closing in to a 100 lead. Moranse, as you have spoken, is yet to get his flow with his stroke play. He's still on 5. Pascal, however, has been positive. He's on 83. And Graves, who was the man of the moment just an over ago with probably 3 opportunities to pick up a possible wicket. None went their way. And he's moving around his fielders now. So yes, he's put a taller man in the shortest position on the onside. He comes up now, Graves, into Pascal. And Pascal just allows this to come on to him, and he turns it onto the onside. Graves again. Short, and is driven, is to punches it past the extra cover position. He's looking for 2. They're going to complete it eventually. Pascal moves to 85. And as you can see, once a short Casnell, it's easy pickings for the batsman on the surface today.
Yes, it should be. It should be for Pascal. He has been there for some 85 runs now. And not only just the 85 runs, but he has spent some time at the crease. He has seen the dexterity of bowlers that they have in their artillery. And so he's now comfortable to play off the track. He's the batsman that is playing off the track. And once you're doing that and you're reading the track properly, then you're able to maneuver the strike and get your body flow into the game.
All right, well, he's been there for over 164 minutes, so definitely would be seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit. I'm not sure if you know what a breadfruit is, but we're just saying, for those who don't know, breadfruit is one of our delicacies here in the Caribbean, especially St. Vincent. Breadfruit and saltfish. Blackfish, and let me don't talk about food right now because it's Graves. Graves comes into Moranse. Moranse is struck on the pad. This time the finger is not going up. Oh my word! Graves moved away. He was looking for the affirmative from Banwari, umpire Banwari. Moranse lives to fight another day. Caswell.
He has to be very careful. It appears to me that he's not picking what is happening to from Mackenzie, from Graves. Sorry, it's either he's trying to read the ball from the back of the hand, from the fingers of Graves, and that is spelling trouble for him. End of the over.
Well, the Windwards would not want to lose another wicket here, and then because they're looking to try to push as much as they can, bat as long as they can, as deep as they can into today, and so that the total that they have would be one that is way past the possibility of the Leeward Islands. But Emery has other thoughts. And this one is hitting Pascal on the pad. The nod comes up from I make it umpire Trudeau, and Pascal has gone. Yet another batsman here at the Arnos playing field, getting into the 80s and not moving on. And Emery has just picked up a very, very, very important wicket here, Casner.
And how important can this not be for the Windies, but also the Leeward who have gotten this wicket? This is something that they would have wanted, and the jubilation of the team after lunch. They know that he was the stronghold for this run chase, and boy, oh boy, isn't it a problem now for the Windward Islands to see the back of Pascal going to the dressing room, and they're in some questioning at this time.
A pleasing innings by Pascal. Didn't go on, as we've seen a couple of the other batsmen in the game. His captain in the first innings, Pascal's captain in the first innings, and Nathan Edwards for the Leewards, all getting into the 80s. But a pleasing innings from Pascal. He was at the crease for 166 minutes, and he faced 176 balls. Again, we're seeing some time being spent at the crease of the batsman, which is good for this type of youth cricket. All right, so Devoni Joseph, he has joined Moranse. And he gets a good delivery first up, and he's solidly behind it. And Emery is well into his work. He's looking to bowl a wicket maiden here. He's thrown down a few good maidens already. This one is a good delivery. It's good! Beautifully at second slip. That's an excellent catch by Graves. Graves is in the action. Extremely well bowled. Flighting outside the house up and moving away. And Graves came up with a magnificent catch, Caswell.
Fantastic catch. Boy, oh boy, oh how this game could turn. And it was the same Emery who got Joseph in the first innings for 12. And he never shown that comfortability with Emery at all. That ball is moving across him. The ball is spinning. And there are two slips that's waiting there since Moranse has came to the crease, and they have kept those two slips in. And now we see that once Pascal goes, left-handers now became more susceptible to the spin of Emery. And there you have it. He goes, caught at second slip.
Well, game on, I make it, because Tariq Edwards is going to have to come up with a solid innings here like he did in the first, and he is going to have to work his way through the next half an hour with Moranse to keep the Leeward Islands at bay. The Windwards, 167, let's get that right, 167 for 4, 167 for 4. And Emery has now picked up 3 wickets, 3 of those wickets, and he's still going. And he has a leg slip in Graves, who just picked up a stupendous catch, diving forward and across and in front of him to pick up that wicket. And this one to Edwards, Tariq Edwards, forward and comfortably, calmly plays it in front of him. Turning it again is Emery. This This is a good delivery, flighted on the off stump and to move him back into him. Tuckett puts his hands on his helmet, wondering how did Edwards keep that one out. But Edwards has proven to be an accomplished batsman. This is a good delivery. He's beaten outside the off stump. Seemed to be probing forward just before the bowler actually was about to deliver. And just pushing it away from him there was Amory. Excellent over by Amory there, Kaznel.
Yeah, 167 for 4. The Leeward Islands should be really happy that they got 2 quick wickets here after lunch, bringing 2 new batsmen to the wicket. You have to also remember, Roxelle, that the partnership between Agis and Edwards was the one that catapulted the run score in the first innings for Windwards. However, it's Morancy now and Edwards. It will be interesting to see because we have seen some miscommunication with Pascal and Morancy. Morancy now has to take responsibility. You have been there for some 41 deliveries. He has to take up the run scoring. He has to be there. If he's going to let Edwards do the run scoring, they have to communicate that early.
Well, he has number 9 on his back. He's been there for over 40-something deliveries, as you said. He has 5 to his name and some responsibility on his shoulders here. And shouldering the responsibility for the Leewards is Graves. Comes up now, well flighted outside the off stump. So when he comes forward and plays back to Graves. Graves is feeling the action here. He pulls up his sleeves. And he walks back and now he enters. This one is under the pads again. And this time doesn't go up with the appeal. Because he was content that would be the leg stump. Morancy once more on that line elected not to play.
I am looking at him and he's shouldering arms to a leg spinner. Okay, fine, that is understandable. But he's carrying that front foot straight down the wicket. That's the reason why there have been a couple of shouts against him.
And he's not offering a stroke.
He's not offering a stroke. So once you're just going straight down, you're putting doubt in the umpire's mind that, listen, I am trying to play football here, not cricket. And clearly, the umpire will not have none of that.
Well, tomorrow, this afternoon, I'm not sure if there's a Premier League game this afternoon, but I guess I'll miss that. But we're not playing football here, we're playing cricket. I don't suggest these youngsters play football with this hard red leather because it could do some damage. We've already seen a Yorker putting good friend Nathan Edwards in some trouble. But another good over, a maiden, I make it from Graves just now. Yes, and it's back over to Amory. This is a good delivery, playing around his pads. Here's Tariq Edwards. He'll be better advised to continue and try to continue to play as he did in the first innings with some straight bat. He comes up against Amory. This one is again a good delivery on the middle stump. He turns it into the onside. And it looks as if that's going to be a single to Tariq Edwards. He's off the mark. The score moves on to 168. 16844, the Windwards.
Roxelle, I want to draw your attention to something I've analyzed. Whilst Pascal was at the crease, Amory was feeding him straight. He was bowling that straight delivery, and we commented on it. He was constantly going straight, and 2 deliveries prior to him being out, he pitched them outside the off stump, and he got drift coming into the off stump. Now, what happened? Amory went back straight, and that straight delivery is what struck Pascal and got him LBW. That is the thing. Once he pitched it onto the stump and it got straightened on straighter, he's bowling with some pace. All he have to do is beat Batman with pace because Pascal wasn't coming too far forward. So there was no doubt in the umpire's mind that would have gone on to hit the stumps.
And that was one of those that he's quicker through the air and flatter, and that is exactly what happened there. And he continues to operate from the commentary booth end, Amory. looking for another scalp. The Windwards are trying to keep him out. This one is well flighted onto the pads, and he's trying to whip it into the mid-wicket area. Can't beat the fielder coming around there. And that's the end of another over, 168 for 4. They're running through these overs quite quickly because not much runs are scoring. A lot of pressure on the batsmen. Two relatively new batsmen to the crease. Edmund Moronsi has been there for a little bit, but Tariq Edwards has just joined him. And the Leewards will be pushing here. They will be looking to see if they can get another few wickets within the next half an hour and possibly look at a total of 120 to get. But the Windwards would be thinking otherwise. Graves with ball in hand again. He's proven to be more than a worthy leg break bowler. This one is driven well through the covers. Picked up beautifully by Harris, is it? I'm not sure, but that's a good piece of fielding there. And there's one more to the score. One more to the score is 169. And Edwards moves up to 2. Amory 9, the last 9 overs that he's bowled, he has taken 3 wickets. 5 of them were maidens and only conceded 5 runs. This one is driven well.
It speaks of the pressure that Amory and Mackenzie have brought onto the Windward Islands. Where in the case now, Pascal was much relaxed, I would say, after the lunch. You did not see that dexterity in his shot playing. You did not see the his agile movement to the crease in the running. There was a couple of mix-up with Moransi also after lunch. So all of that brought some confusion to the batting. And there you see him, lazy playing that shot and cause his demise.
Well, the Windwards would not want another wicket at this stage. Leewards are looking for it. Graves is on about the leg stump again. And is just tucked into the onside. Rehearsing a sweep shot here now is Tariq Edwards. Graves once more. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. And this is down the leg side. He employs a sweep. Not sure if he got anything on it. He's running close to the boundary just below us here. Nathan Edwards picks up and they've completed 2. Let's see if there's a signal. No, there's none. And so 2 more to Edwards. Edwards moves to 4. And the Windwards 172 for 4. A little bit more excitement into the game now. You can see the fielders have a little bit more pep in their step. It's a short and punch through the extra cover push area. Amory just had one hand on it. They're looking for a second, and they're going to be in some trouble. They're going to get a third. No, they decide against it. Yes, but Moronsi could have been in some trouble if Graves had hit those stumps. And he's been trying very hard, even from the outfield, Graves, to hit the stump. I'm not sure. Give me your thoughts there, Kasnel.
I'm quite interested that there was even a run-out opportunity there, because that ball was chucked between the extra cover area, and the fielder did well to recover it very quickly. But there you see again, Moransi just trickling down the field as if it's nobody's business. You have to get into the act of things. You have been there for a long time. You have to be the senior statesman in the batting.
Well, some young men given the responsibility of being senior statesmen here for the Windward Islands. They have to weather the storm, and there's been a little period where the Leewards have taken control. They've taken 2 quick wickets, and they're asking of the new batsmen to deal with some good bowling. And they're going to have to step up quickly, because we don't want, or would not want to lose another wicket at this stage. We may have some cats among pigeons, and that's never a good thing. As we see some clouds coming behind us, behind the double-decker stand. Amory comes up now. This is to Moronsi. He allows it to pitch and come across him. He gets on top of it, walks away. 175 for 4. Both batsmen on 6. And it's 174 for 5. For 4, okay, 5 is in my mind. Directed at one end and putting it at the other. Avery would be happy if he could pick up the 5th wicket here, the 5th Windwards wicket in their second innings. See if that's the case. So it's a good delivery again, a good line, good length by Emery. And he's a little slower through the air in this spell, which is good, allowing the ball to do the work off the surface. One is a quicker one. Managed to get down it to Moransi. Oh, the slip cordon went up already because they probably figured it out from the arm action there. Very quick. Moransi had to get down very, very hard on that one. Another one through the air, on the stumps. Closing in another maiden over. This one he picks quite well as he allows it to pitch and move away from him outside the off stump. Another pleasant over by Emery. And he is doing very, very good work here for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, you're gone.
And Graves is going to continue to operate from the Beckway end. Beckway just about being covered by a few clouds as he tosses this one in the air. There's a loud appeal this time. He's gone. Oh my word. Tariq Edwards missed out on a full toss almost, and there was a little casual in his stroke play there. Graves has gotten a wicket to his name. He has been probing. He has bowled better deliveries than this, but you know the old saying in cricket, sometimes the best delivery don't get you a wicket, and oh, that was a lazy, casual stroke by Tariq Edwards. And the 5th wicket has fallen, and the Leeward Islands may be thinking at this stage that they may be in with a shout cast now.
Lackadaisical shot, you would call that. That shot was just casual, as you rightly said, just pushing his bat down. I mean, a couple of balls have been full in the first innings, and they've missed out on the opportunities. But this one, Edwards, who have really scored a half century in the first innings, got a juicy football, full ball, and there you see him making a mockery of it, and then boy, put the Windward Islands in some serious trouble. They are now 174 for 5, some 99 runs ahead. So you could actually, it's safe to say 99 for 5.
Well, a 99 for 5 positive. From what we saw from the lower order of the Windwards in their first innings, they did not put up much resistance, and the Leeward Islands will be hoping that this is a similar case, because if they can wrap up the next 5 wickets or so with the addition of 20, 30 runs, they would definitely be in with a shout to get to 120 in 30 overs. Guys are making 300 runs in 20 overs these days, Costner.
Yes, but in light of this game, Roxelle, you're not getting that partnership as you need. What we are doing now, what the Windward Islands should be looking to do now, is decide on what they want to do. Would they want to play for a draw, or would they want to play for the Leeward Islands to win outright? There's a lot of time leaving this game.
And this one is a good delivery again. Coming off of something, there was an appeal by Tuckett. The umpire Banwari does not agree with him that it's what he would want coming off of the bat, and so Graves is operating again. This is to Leo, Leo, and he gets behind this one. And Leo and Moronsi would have a big job ahead of them. Now, how can I ask you, Cosnell? And he takes this in the air, and it's gone a long way. It's gone for 6. It's a good shot. That's a positive stroke. Short and on the leg stump, and Leo made a very, very, very good movement into his wicket and to pull it over the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Well, it has been a long time I haven't seen a 6. This is a welcome 6 by Leo, showing some impetus to the total. That brings up the 100-run lead with that 6.
Well, it's a little fuller now, probably over pitching this one, and he drove it comfortably to the onside. So Leo fighting fire with fire as Graves comes into him again. This one he pulls once more, again in the air, and it's gone this time a little forward of where the first one went. Another 6. Leo is saying, I'll deal with the leg spinner here this afternoon for the Windwards. He's propelled himself up to 12 very, very quickly. Left Moronse on 6, and it's 186. 186 for 5, the Windwards, and 2 good shots there by Leo.
Well, I was making mention that I haven't seen a 6, but there we have 2 consecutive one, almost you could say back to back. But there are 2 welcome 6 there, and clearly the message was given to Leo to get it past 120, 130 will be, because what we were looking at 175 when Pascal was there, certainly doesn't look possible now.
Well, we'll have to see whether these 2 can stay a long time. Amory is in again. And that's what I was going to ask you. When you talk about them now playing for a draw, do they close up shop, or do they continue to be positive when the opportunity comes?
You cannot close up shop at this time. It is too early. As I made mention, there's a lot of time into this game.
True.
This is the first hour after lunch. Yeah. So if you're going to close up shop now, what are you closing up to do? Is it close up to give Leeward Islands a win? No, you have to grab the opportunities of run scoring. This is what Lee is doing. I am not sure if that's the message. If Morancia still has out there to close up shop, but this seems not to be communicated to him during the water break or the over breaks.
Well, Moranse is holding his end so far as Amory comes into him. Again, pitched outside the awesome. He comes forward and plays it right back down on the offside. Collected by Amory in his follow through. So 186 for 5, the Windwards. Tossed up and a good delivery, dipping, and on the off stump again. Bowen Tuckett, hand on his helmet. Every time he sees and thinks that one may get through, that's what he does. But equal to the task, Moronse. Another good delivery. Just about that same length and line, about the off stump and moving away slightly. Moronse comfortable and content and just dropping it in front of him. The over comes to an end. And we'll get some ideas as it relates to the bowling figures in a bit. But the Windwards, in their second innings, after erasing the deficit of 75, they are 186 for 5. They are 111 to the good. And the fourth has been reintroduced. So Graves is off after being smashed for 2 sixes, but I think he did his job. He was attacking very early. He kept things tight for most of his spell, and he was always troubling the batsman. He picked up a wicket as well, an important wicket of Tariq Edwards. And Bowen Tuckett saying, you know what, this young man seemed to have gotten a measure of you. So let's try something new.
I think it's a Super 6 sponsored competition. Yes, it's a gamble. But I would have given him another over. Being the case that he got a breakthrough, yes, but they have been keeping things together. Leo came out and put him over the mid-wicket region twice. Okay, that's okay. 2-6, so what? Give him another one. Let's see what he can do. Let's see if this is the message that Leo got coming out. Now, you made mention all around that most of the runs have been scored against the pace. We have seen that they have stifled the run scoring with the spin. So yes, it's not a bad move by the captain to bring back one of his main pace bowlers to see what he can skittle out, or if there is a possibility. But I believe that the batsman will be more comfortable with the pace onto the bat.
Well, let's see how it goes. So far, so good with Landeford. 2 deliveries without conceding a run. Leo is on strike. Noelle Leo, St. Lucian by Bert. It's a short rising delivery and gets on top of it. And chairs go up around the ground. Nathan Edwards is clapping away in slip. Captain has the final call out there. He has number 10 on his back, Bowen Tuckett, as he encourages Landeford as he comes in. It's another good delivery. It's a very good delivery. Peeling off the outer portion of the bat. Short, rising, but it looks as if it's going to run into the boundary. Yes, into the third man boundary now for 4. Inadvertently trying to get on top of a short, rising one. It was closer to him. Peeled off of the outer portion of the bat down to third man. And 4 more to the Windwards. They move to 190 for 5. And Leo moves to 16. Tariq Edwards lost his wicket, brought Leo to the crease, and Leo was positive. And I must say that the 2 deliveries that he put away were bad deliveries. They were short deliveries, and he dealt with it as he should have, right?
Yes,
So-
and I was saying, apart from those 2 deliveries, he have bowled well.
This one is pitched up. A lovely drive. That's an excellent on drive. That's gone. Oh, my word. That's a beautiful shot. Leo, looking the part here. That's a magnificent shot. Any shot straight on the onside or straightish on the onside from a fast bowler is a shot of class.
That's a superb cricket shot. It bisected both fielders that was there. The weight was pushed forward, was leant over. And he just used the pace of it and used his wrist and was able to bisect those 2 fielders that are there.
Responding with a short rising delivery, and as you can see, there's nothing in the surface. He tucks it into the mid-wicket area, looks for one. He's opened his arms, asking Moran, said, what's going on? We should have been able to be challenging for 2. And it's 21 for Leo, 195, the Windwards. And they're having a mid-wicket conversation now. And as we've seen in that over, we've had, 12 runs, 11 runs in that over. 9. 9, good. 9 runs in that over. So the pace bowler very easily managed by the batsmen here who are at the crease for the Windward Islands.
When we look at the strike rate for Leo in comparison to Moranci some 63 balls and he's 6. And Leo is 20 from 10 balls. 21 deliveries. Clearly, this shows that this is a man of business.
Well, let's see what he does. He is going to be facing Amory for the first time. Amory is still with 2 slips. Man at point, he's brought in the man from the cover boundary onto conventional cover position, an extra cover, mid on, mid off, or long off, and he pitches this one into the leg stump, and coming forward is Leo and just pushing his back to the bowler on the onside. See what his ploy is going to be. This one is better delivery on the off stump. He comes forward, technically correct, and poses for the cameras. Not sure if Henry Robinson would have taken that picture. Let's see again.
There are other
Amory.
photographers on the ground, so they must have able to get that shot. There's Kelly, who's doing photography, and even the ITFX camera crew got that well forward stroke.
Mimicking his style is the man at short mid wicket. This one is outside the off stump, pitching and moving away. He allows it to go into the gloves of Tuckett.
Roxelle, I understand that there was a catch went to second slip. Okay, fine. This is a different pedigree of batsman. You could put that second slip for Moranci. I would have moved second slip and bring him more to a leg slip. There is no man at all. There's an open pasture there, and let the fourth slip come around to a floating second slip area. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna, in the likely event that ball is to drop straight and he's to flick.
I thought you was going to finish your talk, but there's a maiden over there by Amory. Another maiden. He's doing the job here for the Leeward Islands, keeping his end very, very tight while they're asking his other partner, bowling partner, to accompany him with the job being done. But the Windwards 195. 195 for 5. Leo is not out on 21. Edmond Moranci is on 6, and we are just about an hour, just completing an hour's play since lunch, almost close to that. And Leewards will be happy with picking up the 2 wickets. The Windwards battling away. Backing away. So one over from the first bowler, as we saw, nothing really in the surface. So spin bowler Harris comes back into action, and ringing the changes here, Captain Tuckett.
Well, it appears that the run scoring, the bulk of the run scoring is taken from the Grenadines' end. And there you see that's a third bowler that has been used from that end since the lunch interval. Clearly, it tells you that Amory would like to have somebody who's helping him hold an end.
Okay, so it's more off bricks again. It's Harris, and starting well. Comes now to Moranci. This one is a good delivery, well pitched up on the off stump. It comes forward and pushes it back to the bowler. The hippie collection there. He goes back to his bowling mark. A good delivery, inducing the drive. It was in the air for a bit, just into the covers, and gets a single. Moranci moves on to 7. Groans behind me about Moranci and his fast scoring, or lack thereof.
Somewhat of a Pajara kind of innings.
Well, he's still there for the Windwards, and that's what they need. He's now employed another man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Tuckett for Leo. And this is a better delivery. This is a good delivery by Harris. Well bowled. And you can see Leo acknowledging that as well as he came forward and pushed that one back to the bowler on the offside. His laces seem to have gone undone. He's getting some assistance from Nathan Edwards to put them back, tie them, and making sure that they are as tightly knotted as they should be. Harris is thinking about what he's going to offer in this next delivery. He's a good delivery again, pitching and moving away this time. Leo is wondering, now realizing he may have a bag of variety coming to him. This one is a shorter trajectory and coming back into Leo. He pushes it in front of him once more. He overcomes to an end. Not a bad over at all by Harris, and just restricting the scoring to 1. They chase him by 35 runs? Still?
And that would be
So at the other grounds, trailing by 35 runs, the Jamaicans against St. Lucia. Trinidad and Tobago needs against Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago need 103 to win against Guyana. This one is dropping in front of first slip. Just in front of first slip as Amory induced the edge of Moronce's bat. Amory again in the business here. Oh, Leewards would have loved to have that scalp.
I think the fielder, the first fielder, was a bit shadowed by the keeper, and caused that one to die on its way down to the first slip fielder. I think it's ricocheted off the keeper a bit.
Okay, well, living to fight another day is Moronce. He faces up to Emery. Good delivery, pitching, and moving away, beating him outside the off stump again. Having a difficult time here is Moronce. And Amory is looking much better this evening as he offers up probably into his 13th over, possibly. 22nd over, but 13th in this spell. Subject to correction. Right. But comes in again to Moronce. This one is on the stumps. Moronce comes forward, just playing slightly around his pads, pushes it onto the onside. The Leewards are sensing another wicket. The Windwards will have to bat through this period. Amory is trying to make sure it does not happen. Another maiden from Amory. Let's get some figures for Amory as we go along. He is bowled as a scorer. He's bowled 22 overs. 10 of them have been maidens. He has taken he has conceded 26 runs and has taken 3 wickets.
Fantastic bowling.
Oh my word.
You couldn't ask for nothing else. Been an experienced campaigner, been a West Indies under-19 player. So what you have to understand here is that Amory is going to hold one end for you. Don't get it wrong. But you must have somebody else from that the Grenadines end holding that end as well.
So the runs have dried up since those 2 sixes once more. Harris is going to try to dislodge another batsman. Noeli. Leo is on strike. He comes forward and he's keeping this one out again as he now rehearses that he could have tried to turn it into the onside. Harris from the backway end. He's pitched outside the off stump and coming back into the left-hander. Not a good delivery. Excellent delivery. This is Harris on the money here this afternoon. The Leeward Island spinners have been really, really impressive this afternoon, and they've been keeping the things tight, making the batsmen play, asking questions. And this one is a little short, and so you can turn it into the onside. Gets a single. Leo moves on to 22. And the Windwards 19745. 19745. Tuckett goes down and has a word with him. Can't allow the pressure to be eased. You've been bowling well, full pitch, on about the off stump, on the stumps. That's where you need to continue bowling. Let the batsman make the error. That's probably what you say.
I think, Roxelle, one of the things to that Morancy have not done well in this innings, I know he's trying to build his confidence, get the ball on the bat, but there are a lot of open areas where he could have gotten ones and turned them into twos. And he's just satisfied with just playing it straight back to the bowler, where you could have actually turned it off the wicket and get a one.
Well, you're probably asking him to do what he has not been given. The instructions have not been given in terms of trying to push it on. But it's a drinks break. The first hour has been completed since tea. The Windward Islands have pushed on to 197 for 5. At the wicket, Leo is on 22, Edmond Morancy on 7. And we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back after the drinks break. So welcome back. Just a short drinks break, and it's Amory operating again. This time to Noelle Leo. He punches a shortish delivery into the offside. Point comes around and collects.
I had made mention earlier, Roxelle, that I did not see the Amory had long spells in the first innings, and I do not know if that would have contributed as a result of the quick wickets that had fallen for the Windwards. But now we are seeing him with his long spell, and he's reaping the reward of long spells. Because once he bowls for a period of time, he picks up a rhythm, and it would be hard for the batsman to negotiate him.
Seems as if he has employed a line now just outside the off, so I'm getting a little bit more bounce. And let's see if he induces the edge. Leo would not want that. He's on strike. Comes on top of it again and plays it into the covers. Still no run, no addition to the total. Similar delivery, similar type delivery, similar stroke, pushing it into the covers. And ball moving from Amory to the bat of Leo, to the cover field, and then back to Amory on 3 consecutive occasions. This one is a full pitch delivery and coming long forward and correctly. The textbook type of manner was Leo pushing it forward onto the offside, and there is no addition to the total. A maiden over delivered there after the break. So 5 consecutive maidens again on the trot for Amory. And Harris has already looked the part in this second innings with the ball. Buoyed by the success of his partner, his bowling partner. He's going to come into Moronse, making sure that his fielders are in the correct position. Tuckett is now trying to put his mid-wicket a little straighter. This is peeling off the inside portion of the bat. Hands on heads, Harris. So wonder how did Moronse keep this one out. He did, and he moves on to 8 with the single. The score 198. Inching up to 125 lead, the Windwards. This is a good delivery again, and Leo is equal to it as he comes in behind it and drops it in front of him on the onside. Marking his guard is Leo. See, settles now. It's a good delivery. Then on the stump, I had to come forward solidly behind it. Harris asking some questions.
Actually, there are 3 fielders on the leg side, the deep square and the deep mid-wicket. And, well, this one, a bit of excitement there. Drop catch by Tuckett. But I was going to make mention of the 3 fielders there. And that is so because in the early part of Leo's innings, as he came in, he struck 2 deliveries over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Now we have put that pressure onto the field. And now he has gone somewhat back into his shell to play a more conservative innings. And what he's doing there is somewhat trying to put that pressure back onto the Leeward Islands, because at any time he can score at his own free will.
Well, yeah, that's the reason we have those 2 deep fielders. And the one delivery that was angled outside the off stump from Harris, Noelle went at it into the glove of Tuckett, but he spilled it. An opportunity goes begging. And this is a good delivery again. Really good delivery coming in to Leo. He came off the inner portion, the baton onto the onside. Excellent over there by Harris. He's flapping and smacking his hat across his thighs. Wondering what do I need to do to pick up a wicket here today. And that was a very good over by Harris, asking some serious questions of Noeli.
The lead is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $123 for 5.
Yes, a lead of 123. There's total 198 for 5. And Amory comes once more. And this one is way outside the off. Some easy for Moranse to leave that alone. Not induce into a rash stroke. And Moranse is there to hold his end. That's what we've been thinking. As he comes forward again, picking the line and the length quite well, and is content to let that go into the gloves of Thuckett. Similar delivery, just on about the off stump and going away. Moranse presses his pads out into the area and just not play.
He has to be very careful because he could be set up right here. His shoulder and arms, yes, you're making good judgment. But remember, 5 straight maidens have been bowled here. This appears to be 6. Because he's just satisfied either if the ball is outside off stump to shoulder arms. Okay, nothing is wrong with that. But you have to be careful that you do not shoulder arms to the wrong delivery.
Well, he's been doing his job so far. So far, so good, as Amory comes into Moranse once more. And this one is on a second delivery on the pad. The iron ball, a little quicker down into that block hole from the spin bowler. And he ends with another maiden. He still has his hands on his head, wondering how did Moranse keep that out. I'm not sure what's going to happen to these heads by the end of the afternoon, because they've been having hands slapping them quite often with the hope of a wicket, or what might have been. So the other 2 games seem to be nearing a result. Harris will be looking to try to effect something that would carry them closer to a possible result, with an option of batting this afternoon. They would want to dislodge the Windwards within the next hour. And the Windwards would definitely want to bat as long as they possibly can. Leo is on strike and he pulls this one away. That's gone again. This time it doesn't go all the way, but it goes into the mid-wicket boundary for 4 short, and dealt with in the approved manner by Leo. He has been putting away the bad balls. He moves to 26, and the 200 comes up for the Windwards. They are 202 for 5. Good comeback here by Harris, and he skips and jumps to field on his own, bowling on the onside, as Leo was just content to come forward and pushing it there again. Just waiting for the bad deliveries of Leo. This one is short outside the off stump, and he back and punched it to the man at short extra cover. He does some good work in fielding. So he's quite adept at putting away the short deliveries here, Leo. And the full delivery on the stumps again. Coming long forward and pushing it back to the bowler. The flags fluttering in the wind. Cool breeze comes out. This one is short, but coming back into him, he decides not to play an attacking stroke. And the end of the over, Cusnell, 202 for 5. Leo 26, Moronse 8.
And that's good, sensible batting by the batsman there. They realize the position in which the Windward Islands are in, and they are still keeping things at bay. Harris bowling very well in tandem with Emery, and he's coming in now for another over, and it would be interesting to know if going on to tea, what would be the decision here, because to me another hour 5 minutes or 10 minutes for tea could prove a lot.
Well, it could definitely determine where the game would go after tea, because if the Windwards could push on and don't lose any more wickets and they get another 50 runs or so, they could be in a position to say, Leewards, well, listen, I have 30 overs, I give you 30 overs, let's see what you want. But if the Leewards could pull back some quick wickets, then they could definitely be in a shout to get 140 or 150 later on this afternoon. And again, seeing the nature of the game could be interesting. But at this stage, the Windwards will be happy that if they can bat out the remainder of this portion before the tea interval. Emery operates once more. He's bowled 2 deliveries, and Moronse has failed to score. He's almost snail-paced out there now.
Well, I think I understand Morance's method of approach. His method is to stay there. Clearly, that's the message that he has gotten. Whereas Leo, on the contrary, he's going to take whatever opportunity there is. If there is runs to have, he will capitalize on them. But he too, Leo, is satisfied with blocking as well, because we have seen him go somewhat into his shell and really allowing the Windward Islands to get more time to bat.
203. Moronse has moved on to 9. And Leo seems to have been premeditating a shot there and decided against it, as he's backed away initially and ended up in an awkward position as he played the ball onto the offside. But another over comes in, and the Windwards 203. 203 for 5. 128 runs to the good. And another 40, 50 runs, they could definitely say that they may be out of the woods, possibly for a defeat if they are dismissed, because they to get 175 runs off 30 overs or so later on this afternoon would be difficult.
Yeah, I think that broke the period of maidens for one coming off the over, broke the period of the spell of maidens there for Emery.
New bowler going to be employed by Captain Tuckett, and he has a slip. We're just confirming it is Walsh. So it's Malik Walsh, and if he has any pedigree with the ball like his brother, then we could be in for some action. But it looks as if he is, let's see what he does. Looks like some medium pace there, and this one is short outside the off stump and punched by Moronse into the man at the short extra position in the air for a bit. And let's see what Walsh does. He comes in now to Moronse again. He's actually doing some off breaks here.
When his brother's leg.
Yeah. Offering up some off breaks with a little 5-6 steps. This one is quicker through the air and just rushed through outside the off stump. Morance, not sure if he knew anything about that, but he walks away and walks again. This one is going the other way.
Interesting his approach to the crease. He's bowling a bit wide of the stumps. If he could get closer to that, he's jigging there and then he's moving away from the stump. That one step you're moving to the umpire. If he could get that straighter, then he's bowling off break and he gets it straight down the line. If you notice that nothing is troubling Morance outside the half stump, so he have all right to leave it alone.
He plays this in the air. There's a man under it. Let's see. Drops it. Morance has been given another chance. He has been dropped. Looks like Palmer down there. I don't think he picked it up early. His approach was delayed, and then he came in a little too far. And when he got his hands up, it was almost behind him. And an opportunity goes up begging. Walsh will not be happy. Tuckett is not happy. Morance is still there.
Well, if I look at that, Roxell, the win is what really took it quicker to him than he anticipated. There you see, they were all up in anticipation because Palmer has a reputation to be a very good fielder. And it's very surprising that one was spilled out of his hands. And look at the reaction there from Tucker and Walton himself. Could not believe because, Palmer has one of the best pair of hands on that team.
Well, they're quite disappointed because they really would have loved to have another wicket at this stage. And the Windwards is still fighting on with the bat, 205 for 5. As Amory continues his long spell into over number 26. Over number 26. This one is getting some bounce. And getting on top of it there is Leo. Not seem to be bothered. They just want to see this period out, the last hour or so. And I would probably think that after, if they get their team up to tee, they would be out of the woods, the Windwards. 2 chances have gone up begging for the Leewards. One by Captain Tuckett himself. And one just now through the hands of Palmer.
Roxell, this all will prove very crucial for the game. And I say that because in this hour before tea, if the Leeward Islands is to get another 2 or 3 wickets before tea, then we could see a lot of trouble here for the Windward Islands. On the contrary, if the Windward Islands is to put on another 40 or 50 runs, it will bring them up to 180. That could be very competitive for the last part of the innings.
Agree as Amory comes in now to Leo. So well flighted delivery is caught, is he? Yes, he's caught. Coming up with another catch. Guess who? Michael Graves, and he's playing some sucker with the ball. He didn't seem to have controlled it initially, but this one had, like the 2 previous deliveries, some bounce. Looks as if it took the upper portion of the outer part of the bat, and Graves came up with a catch again. He has been in the thick of things in the second slip, and well, Morance got a chance, just a few deliveries before in the previous over. Graves said, listen, I'm not going to allow this one to fall. The 6th wicket for the Windwards goes. Amory has now taken his 4th wicket. He is getting just reward for an excellent spell of bowling this afternoon.
Excellent, and that's the correct word to use there because they have kept the pressure from one end. Yeah, at 1.6 straight maidens, that tells you that there's a lot of pressure. This game is totally open now for competition. The Leeward Islands should be looking at how much they could restrict the Windward Islands to if they are to bowl them out. You're now into the tail. 4 more wickets to go before you get into the tail. And you are still 130. So you have to, the Leeward Islands have to dig and dig deep. Do not allow partnership to stand here for over 20 or 30 odd, because that will bring batsmen into comfort zone.
I'm not sure if you live anywhere close to Luke Wilson, but I believe you should not venture close to those areas, because Luke is going to tell you that he is not part of a tail, he's a batsman. Luke Wilson, he comes into the crease as Emery comes up to Wilson. Wilson is coming forward, long forward, and pushes it back along the strip for Emery. Tuckett went up with an appeal. Did not get the support from umpire Trudeau. This one is short and he's bowled! All ends up Luke Wilson with a quicker delivery that he did not prepare for. Emery has a 5-wicket haul, and I told you this could be trouble. This could be trouble here this afternoon for the Windwards, because the lower order, I'm not going to say tail, the lower order did not put up much resistance in their first innings. And with a quicker delivery through the air, Emery, the stumps of Luke Wilson has been disturbed. The 7th wicket for the Windwards falls. And they're just 130 on. They're 205 for 7.
Yes, I think the Luke there in that case, he played back. This wicket is not playing with bounce. We have seen that where a couple of deliveries were pulled off the pace because of no pace in the chuck. What he should have done, just as he did to the first delivery, play forward to that delivery. And there you see him playing back, and then faster delivery, straighter. Emery has been bowling straight all evening. So that one would not have been a problem for him. Once it's straight and it's wicket to wicket, it's going to be a problem.
Well, I think we got it wrong. It was Leo who was dismissed, and then Luke Wilson, because it seems as if Moronsi is still at the non-striker's end. All right, so Leo was the one who was caught at slip off of the bowling. And then we have Walsh now coming to Moronsi. Moronsi has been joined by Kelshon Andrew. So Leo was the one who was caught. Moronsi is still there on 11. The win was 205 for 7 as Walsh comes into Moronsi. And he managed to get this one out on the onside belatedly. The hands go up again. And the Leewards are sensing that they can be in with a shout here. Walsh operating from the backway end into Moronsi. So some flight there. This one is striking him on the pad, is he? Yes, he's out. No, he's caught behind. Let's get it right. He's caught behind because I was looking to see whether it was Tuckett who had the ball in hand. He ran all the way to mid-wicket, and he didn't release the ball until later on. And the umpire says, well, caught behind. Yes, the umpire says caught behind. Moronsi has gone. The Windwards are now 205 for 8, 130 on. The Leewards, they are sensing something positive this afternoon, but that was a good catch by Tuckett.
A tremendous catch. As a matter of fact, it appears to me that is the first. It appears to me that that's the first wicket that Walsh is getting. His celebration, he went all around the arena here and make a lap of honor. And he had the team following him just to celebrate with him because they know how important it is to get wickets at this time. Now they're 7 down, the Windward Islands. They are definitely 8 down, and they're definitely into some serious trouble.
Well, Tyson will join Kelshon Andrews. And the Leewards may have heard that the Barbados team, the defending champions, they have defeated Jamaica by an innings and 14 runs. And so they would want to be very close to them in terms of the point standings. If they can pull off a win here this afternoon, they need 2 more wickets and then some runs this afternoon to try to effect that feat. They have been better since the luncheon interval with the ball. The Windwards have lost some important wickets along the way, and they have created some pressure. The spinners have been bowling well, we must say, and Walsh is going to come into Tyson now. He hops and skips, and this one goes down the leg side. There's an appeal by Tuckett, and umpire Banwari says not out. So Tyson faces again from Walsh. This one is a short and punched into the onside. Can't get a run. A bit too short for the new batsman, I believe. Walsh would need to be a little fuller. This one he loose up in the air and asking Noel to see what he does with it. He just plays it back on the onside, offside. He's trying to get some information. At the end of the over has come to an end. 205, 205 for 8. I think I've been calling 205 for a while now. They have not moved from there, but they've lost a couple wickets, and the Windwards could be in some serious problems if the next 2 wickets are snapped up quickly here.
Yes, the Windward Islands must be able to see this time off up to tea. It's 11 minutes past 2 here local time. It says that there's a lot of time still before tea. 2 more wickets to have here for the Leeward Islands. And what the Windwards do not want to do is to go into tea and have to put the Leewards to bat. That's a lot of time the Leeward Islands will have to make whatever total is set for them.
Well, this is a good delivery. Awkwardly coming forward, there's Andrews, but keeping it out, which is most important, as Amory looks for his 6th wicket. This one is flighted and coming into him sharply. He gets 1 as he managed to get it past the man, well, into the square leg area. That's Andrew, he moves to 1. Score moves on now to 206, 131 lead the Windwards. Emery now prepared to deliver to Tyson. Leewards are on top of this game right now, as this is a good delivery coming in, just about pitching on the off stump and coming into the right-handed Tyson. He's behind it, pushes it on the onside. Amory again. This one is beaten Tyson outside the off stump. The arms go up, but not the right one, not the arm of umpire Trudeau, because it didn't take the edge. Some more flight again, beaten outside the off stump there. Playing down the wrong line, it seems here, Andrew. Amory would believe that he's in with a shout. This one is on the pads, trying to play it through the square leg area. Can't do that. The end of the over. And Tyson is still yet to score. The Windwards 206 for 8. And I'm getting some news from the other ground. Trinidad and Tobago 101 for 7. And they need 93 to win. 93 needed to win. Guyana needs 3 wickets. And a lot of time to get 3 wickets, a lot of time to get 97 runs. Another result seems to be on the cards at Park Hill.
Right, and this is where it is very important, Roxanne, that the Windward Island do not see themselves going out in a defeat. Even though they managed to draw the game, they will be able to draw some points from the game and put them in the point standing. You always want to start a tournament with good point standing. Clearly, the Jamaican team have shown that they're out there. Leeward Islands here is totally in control. They are going down to the Grenadine Islands, being the captain of this boat. You understand? And so what we're going to do here, what the Windward Islands has to do here, they have to make sure that they manage themselves well with the ball if they are to come out to bowl and bowl properly.
Well, 206 for 8 is Walsh again. He's been troubling the batsmen, and this one is outside the off stump, allowed to go by Andrew. And Andrew would have some work to do with the ball if he has the opportunity to. This one is a faster delivery down the leg side. And doing some good work to come around and keep it from going past him was Captain Tuckett. He's been quite active this afternoon. Well flighted and driven into the offside there by Andrew. Amory comes around with his long, big arms and collects. Another flighted delivery in the air. This is driven down to a long off. He's going to get a single. Moves to 207 the Windwards. They have lost 8 wickets. And Andrew moves to 2. Kelshon Andrew. And he's going to take the strike as the over comes to an end.
It will be interesting if this batting pair puts on another 20 or 25. It will work well for the Windward Islands. It will give them something, the bowlers something to bowl at. But with the spell that Amory have been having here, it is something questionable.
Yeah, the Windwards would definitely, as we've been saying before, they would want to bat up to tea, and by then they should have a lead of 140 or so. The longer the bat, the more difficult it's going to be for the Leewards to get whatever total they may have been finally set, if they do get the remaining 2 wickets, as Amory is attempting to do at this stage. And so for the Leeward cause, they would want to have these 2 wickets as quickly as possible. Amory is attempting to do that, as there's a movement of the lawn, a little, ask him to go around, go to his right, as the second delivery into the middle stump, and tucked again into the onside. Amory, 5 wickets so far. And this is a good shot. This is a great shot. Advancing and hitting straight over long on for a 6. This is Kelshon Andrew on the go. He chipped into it, and this is a very, very good shot.
That's a quality cricket shot. He make use of it, and he have been observing that all the batsmen have been just tapping against Amory. Instead of not have none of that. This is respect time.
And they edge up to 140 lead, 138. And this one is outside the off. So he comes across now a little bit more confident. And he was behind that one solidly. Probably didn't end up as the textbook would say. But he was very strong behind it. And again, he comes forward, to a long forward, but this time beaten outside the off stump. And he's keeping Amory at bay. He pulls away, gets himself together, probably getting a word or 2 from the Tuckett and the slip fielder. He now settles back into his stance. Flighted outside the off stump and coming right back into him. He comes forward and keeps it out the end of the over. The Windwards have progressed to 213 for 8. Andrew is on 8. Tyson is yet to score. And this is petering out into an interesting end. The next 20 minutes or so before the tea interval would definitely tell us what we may be able to expect after tea.
Yes, and we see Walsh coming back into the attack, and Walsh have been bowling a variety of deliveries. He's been mixing them up, pace and some flight delivery. And what he's asking the batsman to do, he's bowling against the wind, and there's there's not a man at deep. Well, there is no place a man at in front of square, but that man wasn't there for his last over. But they have seen that Andrew struck a six straight down the ground, and they have taken a man and placed him there.
It's Andrew again, is it? No, this is Tyson going straight over the bowler, down too long off. He gets a single. He gets his first scoring. That's his first scoring shot. He gets his first run. The Windwards moves on to 214. And there's a shout of catch him, but that one did fall very, very far in front of the fielder. Walsh again, this time to Andrew. And he's edging this one, is dropped, edging it past the keeper Tuckett. And Walsh is not happy. He's on his knee, collects and gathers now. But that one was went between the keeper and first slip.
I'm wondering if Walsh and Mackenzie was is selected as frontline bowlers, because clearly they are really doing the check here for the Leeward Islands. They have really bowled discipline, and it is very important because you would want these bowlers to chip in when your frontline bowlers are not meeting the meeting the mandate of the captain. So what you would want, these bowlers to come in and give you a 2 or 3 over spell and make it easier for your main bowlers to rest.
Well, he has been doing quite well. The last delivery went down the leg side. He comes in now to Andrews again, floated in the air. Andrews content to just come forward and drop it in front of him. Over comes to an end. 216, 216 for 8. Andrew is on 10 and Tyson on 1. And just about make it 20 minutes prior to the tea time interval. The overs, they're not a problem. They've bowled quite a lot of overs today already. So we're definitely going to have a 5 o'clock finish. But we have to... Yep, we have to definitely get up to that point. They've bowled 78 overs today already, a very good over rate. And so it's about the time allowed and remaining in the game for these two teams to make a push for it. So 60 overs have been sent down already today, and we have 20 minutes or so still left in the before tea. As Amory comes up now to this is Tyson, who plays it into the deep mid-wicket area. He was pushing for a second, but it's not there. Fielder came off very quickly and got the ball back into Tuckett. 1 to Tyson, he moves to 2. 217 for 8. The Windward Islands. And this is coming long forward is Andrew. 142 is the lead, the Windwards. And this one is another good delivery, but solidly behind it, squaring up behind it and keeping it out is Andrew, Kelshan Andrew. Amory is looking for a 6th wicket. Floated up there. Again, Andrew content to just keep it out, coming forward and leaving it on the track for Amory to collect. There's a quicker delivery. He guides past the man at slip. He's going to get 1. And that's all it's going to be. As the over comes to an end, Andrew moves up to 11. The Windwards 217 for 8. 218 for 8.
Yes, these 1s and 2s from what we recognize as low order batsmen, would tend to frustrate the Leeward Island players. What they cannot do, they cannot get to a place of discomfort that they allow extra runs to be creeping in and dropping catches or missing opportunities for a wicket. Now we are seeing that the captain have opted for enough spin and have opted for his opening bowler, Edward. And this is a very good move because you want to finish it off and have enough time. So bringing back Edward here is really, really a good initiative.
Well, 142 runs ahead. To get that in about 25, 28 overs could be a task. Could be asking a bit of them, but they would definitely need to get the wickets quickly as he comes up Edwards. This is over pitched and driven into the covers, and there is no run. Nathan Edwards coming back, and he would want to effect 2 quick dismissals. He would like to get those in-swinging Yorkers going very early. Not being able to be as penetrative as he's been or he was in the first innings, but he turns in the distance. And this is one in the air. He's caught. Oh, this one was pitched just on the leg stump and coming back into this is Andrew. Andrew turned it in the air to where a short mid-wicket is, and another catch taken. If my my eyes serve me right, is Graves again with another catch, a third in this fielding innings, and the 9th wicket falls for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, that shot is somewhat of a looking for pace, but pace wasn't on it. You see, turned the bat very early, taking the leading edge to Graves. Very easy catch there for Graves. He did not even have to move. So the ploy of bringing back his main pace bowler is working in that regard. It now allows Bascom to come to the crease, and he will do battle in this last wicket partnership.
So, 218 for 9. They lead by 143. The Windwards-Day. They do lead by 143. There is 15 minutes before the break. 2 hours after the break, about 28 overs. Nathan Edwards comes into Solomon Bascom. He comes forward and keeps this one out. We could be in for an interesting post-tea session, Casnell.
It could go either way, Roxelle, because the Leeward Islands would have to be very careful in that they might see it as less than maybe 100 or just over 150. And they might think, well, okay, we can get this. The Windward Islands can say to themselves, okay, you go ahead, you chase, but we will get your wicket in the process. So they have to know at what point they either going for a win or they either going to save the match.
Well, they have to see how they start, because they have to start well, and we're preempting a dismissal of the Windwards, but that might not even come. It may not even come before tea. It may not even come before tea, because Bascom is there. He's trying to keep Edwards out. Let's see what happens. This is a Yorker, the Yorker, and he comes down on it. He keeps it out. He's looking for these Yorkers here. Bascom is expecting them, and that was one of the very few that Edwards have been able to deliver. The people in the box here behind us doesn't seem to have a lot of faith in Bascom to keep out the remaining deliveries, but it's cricket. It's lovely cricket.
Not really. No. The technical director in the back is a Bascom.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure if they are related. So he's making sure they are related. He's given the affirmative. So he's making sure that he's saying that the family is very, healthy with cricketers. So I'm not too sure.
Well, he has kept out 4 or 5 deliveries of this over from Nathan Edwards, and the Windwards are 218 for 9. with a 143 lead. And we've just seen umpire Trudeau having a word with the third umpire. And so I'm not sure what the discussion was about, but Amory is continuing. He's going to start his 30th over. And it's gone into the 30s in terms of overs delivered in this innings. This one is outside the off stump as he pitches one up to Tyson. Tyson punches it into the covers. Doesn't score. Amory again. This one is turned away past Graves. He couldn't get a hand on it. They're gonna get two, and the throw was not a good one either. And so they are signaling leg by. So it wasn't a time, wasn't a catch, wasn't an opportunity. So leg by is the call. 220 the score.
You have to try to get that lead to 150. That's a psychological number. And once you get there, it will make it feel that the Windwards may have played a better opportunity to bowl at a total.
Well, into his 25th consecutive over is Amory. He's looking for his 6th wicket, and he's looking to dismiss the Windwards. So it's outside the off stump and played into the ground. In front of him is Tyson. Brings a chuckle from one of our scorers. And Tyson has been there for a while. He's on 2. Or 3, all right, he progressed by 1. Yeah, okay. All right, so Tyson is still on 2, being corrected here now, and there is some communication. So they're trying to find out how many deliveries have been completed in the over. So there's one more to come. Amory up to Tyson. Tyson is beaten outside the off stump as he moved away from a ball that's pitched up outside the off stump. End of his 30th over. Tyson has bowled 30 overs. Let's see how many maidens has he delivered. He's delivered 14 maidens. He's taken 5 wickets and conceded 36 runs in 30 overs. Casnell Morris.
5 for 36 is always a good ask with so much maidens in hand. New ball is available and new ball is taken. So clearly they are going to look to wrap up this innings. As you see, Nathan have the new ball in his hand. So I guess that was the discussion with the umpire to take the new ball which is available. And clearly the Leewards want to give themselves time to bat this innings.
I think it's slowly getting a little bit more difficult than they would want because we're almost at the tea interval time. So Nathan Edwards is going to come and he's going to operate from the backward end to Solomon. And this one is pitched up on the middle stump. Solomon comes forward in the correct fashion. He brings an applause from one of the scorers. She's happy to see this. He looks solid.
There, that forward defensive stroke is very solid. He hit the bat very hard. He could have heard echoed here. And the feel now is in. We have seen that change apart from the fielders who have been escorting the ground. And they're now looking to close things off here.
And this is a short rise and delivery across the chest. So Nathan is telling Bascom, listen, don't not prod forward for me. That's not all I can do. This is something else in my repertoire. And Bascom allowed it to pass across his chest. He's also a tall man, so that could give you an indication of the bounce in that one. That's a good delivery. Wake-up call, so to speak. And as you spoke of the field, Captain Tuckett is trying to tell Bascom, if you want to score, you got to go over the top. This one is short again, but down the leg side by Edwards, taken gathered well by Tuckett.
I think Bascom will be somewhat pleased to see that lifting delivery because he's the opening bowler for the Windwards. And I don't think that will come down well with him in his return when they're ready to bowl. He will remember that, and that will always lock into his back. So as soon as, if the possibility comes for Edward to get a bat, I believe that would be one of the first up delivery serve to him.
Okay, so Edwards to Bascom. He's on the money once more. Good delivery in the just about middle stump. Bascom again, solid in defense. He walks away, hands Kimball, leaning on his bat.
Kind of opening batsman kind of defense. I mean, it's solid. I want to know if the batting is starting from number 11 on down.
You know more about Bascom. He plays for Victors, I believe, in the Premier Division here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, he has shown a good ability to get runs when it's needed. If he has to save the team in a defensive method, he will do that, and for a very frustrating long time. And this is different conditions. This is a new ball now he's negotiating with. So I cannot speak definitely now in this condition or what is the message that was given to him from management team.
Right, so well, it's gonna be Tyson who is gonna have to face up to Nathan Edwards. And he drives through the covers. That's going to go into the boundary. As I said, let's see who's behind it. It trickles close to the ropes now into the boundary for 4. There's a clap going up as it is now. The lead is now 150. 150. The Windwards 225 for 9, and this could definitely prove a bit too much for the Leewards to get, even if they effect the dismissal soon.
Yes, 150, as I made mention, psychological score that is on your mind, and it will now put them, as you can see, even though they have gotten the wickets, their approach, the body language is still showing that it appears as if they are the one under the pressure or under the pumps. But what they have to do, change of bowler again coming. Landerford is coming back from our commentary booth end, and he will also look to wrap up things. But these two batsmen, they will be more comfortable with the pace.
So Landerford comes in. Tyson has moved on to 6 with that boundary. Bascom is on 1. And it's 225 for 9 as the Windwards try to make sure that this game goes beyond the possibilities of the Leewards in terms of an outright victory. And this is a full delivery on the parts of Bascom. He whips it into the onside, gets another. Moves to 2. There are a lot of chairs coming up from his teammates as the total moves to 226. And still some possibility of getting a batting point if they score 250. Get to 250.
Or what if they could get a lead of 200?
It may not be a lot of time. Not enough time for either side at this stage, in my perception. But you never know. It's Landerford into, a good drive. Good off drive there by Tyson, who is going to come back for a second. He moves to 8 as there was some misfielding there by Mackenzie. All right, so it's 228. And the applause go up even louder as the Windwards players and supporters sense that the game is petering away from the possibility of a Leeward outright win if they do effect this dismissal.
Yes, because the more the batsmen are there, it's less time they have. And it will put pressure if they want to chase the runs down to win. It will put pressure on the batsmen for the Leeward Islands to go there and play rash shots or the wrong shots to get the total. So
Correct.
So they have to know that it is. You have to. That's why the captain opted to brought back his 2 main bowlers to see how quickly he could get rid of these players. They're in a partnership going here. And it is all these runs that you're getting thereafter are what we call beneficial runs for the team.
All right, so Tuckett came all the way from his position behind the stumps, a good few yards behind the stumps, and came up to Landerford, had a discussion with him and asked him to do a certain job. He's come back since then with a good delivery on the stump. Equal to the task was Tyson. He's behind it, back and positively and convincingly behind it. Landerford comes back. He's looking for his mark. I'm not sure if he has a marker that he's using, but he's approaching now. This one is outside the off stump and backing away and trying to punch it in front of point. It was Tyson. Was beaten outside the off stump. And so the game will be petering out more than likely into a draw. Because at this stage, it's difficult to see a collapse of a Leewards team or the Leewards team going helter-skelter and getting 150 or more overs that are remaining, time that's remaining. Good delivery. This one is pitched up outside the off stump and with some movement away as well. And you're hearing this calls from the Windwards camp. Bat, bat, bat. They want them to stay as long as they possibly can. I think they've done quite enough already, from my opinion. Landerford is angling this one down the leg side. Tuckett has to gather. And he does that on all fours and gets up now as the over comes to an end. The Windward Islands 228 for 9. And we have Tyson is there on 8. And I make Bascom still on 2. Casnell looking forward to possibly a draw here now at this stage.
I wouldn't try to call it so early because partnership of 10 going. Nathan should be looking, and I believe from here on you will see him attacking those stumps to see how quickly he can get these guys up. We have not seen that aggression in terms of the batting for the Leeward Island in the first innings. They didn't have to show that aggression, but I'm not too sure if they would come out trying to trace the 150 odd, and if they do, then it could prove vital for them, and as well as it could prove crucial.
This one is pitched up outside the off stump, but bat away from pad, but pushing it on to the man at the extra cover position. He does some repair work, some shining, and it looks like Graves from my vantage point. Tosses it to Palmer, and he is now going to hand it over to Nathan Edwards. Comes up now is Edwards, and this one is another good delivery on the stumps, and in solid in defense is Bascom. He has been asked to just stay there and to make sure that you eat up some time and frustrate the bowlers and stop the rot, so to speak, as it relates to the losing of wickets, and to make sure the game is gonna peter out into the draw. Bascom it is, 17 on his back. He's playing on his home ground for the Windward Islands. This one he nudges off the pad, so the man at fine leg gets a single. Score to 229. Bascom moves to 3. Every run is cheered by the Windward Island players and their camp.
Yeah, and they know that because the time is drawing closer to tea. I think this should be the last over or so. If not, they try to get in another one. But the more time that is soaked up by the Windward Islands, it speak value for them, giving the Leewards less time to score their runs.
Oh, this one is punched a square drive and make it from Tyson. He's looking better now.
Yes, their confidence level seems to be up. We see a couple of delivery from Bascom. He's playing onto the front foot. Or just one short delivery we have seen from Nathan with the new ball, and it didn't trouble the batsman. But he's comfortable coming on to that front foot. And there you see now Tyson is even playing shot as a top order batsman on the front foot as well. So clearly the confidence is there.
He's beaten outside the off stump this time. There's an appeal stifled because they weren't very confident. And the shoulders seem to be dropping now for the Leewards, as they thought they would have been in for a shout to try and see if they can get this final wicket. But it's proven to be difficult. Because now I see the stages and the flags and banners being set up for the activity you'll be in on the weekend. Summerfest?
I'll be at work.
Are you working at Summerfest? Wow. How privileged could you be?
No, I will not be at Summerfest.
Yes, Summerfest in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This weekend on the outskirts of where we're playing, not on the surface. No, they're not going to allow that. Not during the season, but a number of the top Jamaican artists are going to be here. And oh my word, I've been told by one of our scorers, Christopher Martin, she can't wait to go. She's happy that we are off for the next 2 days, so she can enjoy and then come back on Monday and do what she has to do. But yes, Summerfest in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 2 days of 3 days. Oh my word, I'm cutting a day. 3 days of nice Caribbean type music. The Jamaican artists are here, and a number of them, I was told, being stacked up. But we're not talking music at this stage. We're talking cricket, and I think we are extending the period. Because there's the last wicket pair at the crease, and Graves is making his way back onto the field. I think he may have sustained an injury. He's shaking his right hand vigorously, and he does that once more.
We're seeing Emery coming back into the attack, and that's good. The ball is hard, and because it's shine. This could be the last over before tea. And what they're trying to do is to tell Amy to get the bounce out of that hard ball. He have gotten 5 so far. Why not get a 6?
Well, he would love to get a 6th. As he operates now to Bascom. Bascom is beaten outside the off stump as he comes forward with a prod. Still searching for the final wicket here at the Leeward Islands. This time he pushes it out onto the offside. A man from point comes around, does the fielding, land the foot. No runs a score. Hands akimbo as per usual is Bascom. This one is on the stumps. He goes back deep into his crease and punches it to a short mid-wicket. Doesn't beat the fielder. This one is a faster, shorter one, and again goes back and plays it off the surface. Is Bascom showing some pedigree here as he's been asked to keep these guys out as long as he possibly can. It's floated, a good delivery, a well met, a defensive stroke, solid in defense again as Bascom. The over comes to an end, and the Leewards definitely would have thought that they would have loved to they would have gotten this wicket by then. but the Windwards have the two last batters have prolonged the progress of the Leewards, and at this stage, Casnell, I'm going to call, that's going to be extremely difficult for either team to push for an outright win.
Yes, but still, the frustration of having those two batsmen at the crease is proven even more less easier for the Leeward Islands to get enough time to come out and bat, and they would want to go into tea with these two batsmen still in the wicket. Walsh now comes back into the attack.
What are you doing going? Walsh to Tyson, who drives pleasantly into the covers. Can't beat the man there. And Walsh has picked up 2 wickets since he's been asked to operate. 1, so he's looking for a second. This one is a good delivery, pitching and turning a bit. And looking much more comfortable is Tyson as he came behind that one and allowed it to roll off onto the offside. This one is on the pads and he's trying to whip it away. He did not make contact. Rick cannons into his pads. No addition to the total. Walsh again. This is a wide delivery, short and wide down the leg side. And Tyson is saying, I could have stepped and smacked you into the double-decker stand. This time he's getting one coming right back into it, and he punches, he stands up tall and punches it down to the man coming off of the long off boundary, gets a single. Score moves at 230 for 9, the Windwards. And Tyson moves on to 9. And as we've seen so much of before, since he's come to the wicket, Sir Bascom, long forward, defensive, and keeping the bowlers at bay for the Leeward Islands. The heads are now drooping a bit more. They have lost that exuberance they have had. They've done good work to actually get the game to a stage where they were almost in with an opportunity to push for an outright win this afternoon. But guess what? The Leewards, the Windwards, the last pair, the last 2 batters have stuck it out, and they have played sensibly in most cases. They have not tried to do anything out of the ordinary, and they have kept at bay all the bowlers that have been asked to operate on the Leeward's end.
So Edward is coming back from the end that he got the 5 wicket from in the first innings, and he will be looking to use the wind to tail the ball back into the right-hander. It's 2 right-handers that are there.
This one goes straight across a right-hander into the gloves of Tucker. Full pitch outside the off stump. And Tyson played at it, and a swish at it. Did not make contact. As the evening peters out into a calm, cool afternoon. Edwards again to Tyson. This one is closer to him. He drives through the line, misses once more. Some chatter coming from the box as the Windwards players would want Tyson and Bascom to stay as long as they possibly can. Bascom is now reassuring Tyson that he's been doing a good job and he needs to continue doing that.
Yes, and he's there to be with him throughout the tough time of the new delivery. So just take it out for us another 5-10 minutes. Do not play any weird shot,
It's a full toss, straight to the mark, cover. And that is, looks like Palmer. No, that's Prince, possibly. Prince. It is a Prince. Who does the fielding? Mackenzie is waiting down here, Harris, right? Mackenzie is waiting down here at long on. Palmer is on long off. This one is driven, pass him on that point. He's going to get one. He's looking for the second. Yes, he does. And it's 2 more to Tyson. He moves on to 11.
Roxel, batting with tail number 10 and 11 batsmen is really a patient game. You've been a coach yourself. You have seen teams having number 10 and 11 batsmen putting on 20, 25 runs. It could get very frustrating because your thing as a bowler is that these men are easy to out. That's why they are number 10 and 11. But these are men who have put on mammoth totals and frustrate bowlers.
Extremely frustrating when you're seeing the end at sight, but it's prolonged and they may not have started. In some cases, they may not have started looking as confident as they are now, and that gives you the view, the perception. And yes, man, in a very short space of time, I'm gonna get this last wicket pair. But these guys have grown with confidence. They have toughed it out because they've had some difficult deliveries as it pertains to the cricket we're talking about. There have been some deliveries that have challenged their worth, but they have come up trumps to the Windwards. This one is again well played by Tyson. The over comes to an end. It's 232 for 9, the Windwards, and ensuring that this game is going to end in a draw. The number 11 and 10 for the Windwards, Bascom and Tyson. Bascom is on 3, Tyson is on 11, and they have shared a healthy partnership as a 14 and 14 valuable runs, but not only the runs, but the time at the wicket is even more important as it relates to what their partnership has been able to achieve. So ringing the changes here, Captain Tuckett, Amry is coming from the Beckwith end this time. Comes to Bascom. He's bold. Ringing the changes and trying Amry from all ends. And this time he got through the defenses of Bascom. But I think the job as it relates to making sure that this game ends in a draw has been done. Let's see what happens. There's some touching of gloves and hands there. That's the end of the second innings for the Windwards. 232 all out. 232 all out. We're going to take a short break and then we'll come back and give you some stats from that innings.
talked to me last night, man. You talked to me last night, man. You should have talked to me. You talked to me last night. After that, you should have talked to me.
Well, welcome back to the Arnos Vale playing field where we are into the final session of this first round match between the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. The Windward Islands were just dismissed in their second innings for 232, of which Stefan Pascal got 86, and Amory, let's get his Onage Amory, he took 6 for 36 from 31 overs, I believe. And so the Windwards have a lead of 157. There's a minimum of 21 overs to be bowled. The last hour starts at 4, in which and 15 overs must be bowled at that period of time. Before 4 o'clock, which we have, 45 minutes off, there must be a minimum of 5 overs bowled, Casnell. So difficult for any of these two teams to pull off a victory here. I believe a draw may be the easiest of the results to be obtained at this stage.
Good afternoon to you, Roxelle, and good afternoon to the viewers. I must say there is still that balance of skill when it comes to winning, drawing, or losing. What has to happen here? The Leeward Island batsmen have to be very tactical with how they approach this game. As we made mention pre-tea interval, they have to be careful that they do not try to approach the runs, and in the quest of doing so, they lose wickets. On the contrary, the Windward Islands bowlers have to make sure that they stifle the run flow, because if you get off on a good run flow here, 150, 157 could be knocked off with under an hour's time.
Well, let's see. I know you look at a lot of T20 cricket and a lot of T10 cricket, so your perception may be obscured by those views. But let's see. Bascom has ball in hand. The striker is, let's make sure Malik Walsh and Tariq Charles are at the crease. So Walsh is on strike. And he gets a good rising delivery, comes off the upper portion of the bat, is going to challenge the final leg fielder. He does good work. That is making Tyson, and he returns the ball in now as the two are on the board very quickly. 2 for Walsh. And 2 for Walsh, as the Leeward Islands have gotten their second innings on the way.
Another point here, Roxelle, that the Windward Islands they have to make sure that the fielders are on their toes and get the opportunities that are presented. The boundary riders, they have to be alert. The inner circle fielders, they also have to be alert. And saving ones is important, and allowing the Leeward Island batsmen to make their own rush shot.
All right, so we have Captain Auguste. He is without the cap this afternoon. Done in a bunch of hair as Bascom comes up now to Walsh. Short, rising delivery again, and coming into the batsman. He nudges it into the onside. Just short of the man coming in from third man. He moves to 3. The total for the Leewards in their second innings is also 3. And pace bowlers will have to be on a very good mark here. I make it Costnell, because the surface is dry. It's not much assistance. The new ball definitely will get some bounce. But so far, it is has been good from Bascom in terms of his opening over.
Right, it's a good start. They're free without loss, but he have not been bowling a bad line for those first couple of deliveries. He started well, and he now gets the left hand on strike. It will be interesting to see how he bowls at him.
Okay, Charles drives pleasantly down to the man at mid-off. That's Luke Wilson. He fields. There's a lot of chat already. They should be positive in the field. And so, let's see what happens here. There's some clouds also coming into the fray, and just in the eastern end of the ground. Bascom comes up again to Charles. Charles is going to get in on top of this one nicely. And punches it into the man coming in from the extra cover position and the short cover position. More so.
When Bascom started the first innings, he started from this end, the commentary booth end here. He's now starting from the Grenadines end, and he's much more balanced, he's much more controlled from that end. And that is so because maybe the wind that is blowing is not much, but he's getting that wind to angle into the left-hander, and he will be more comfortable with that breeze blowing across him. So clearly he has shown great. This one is in the air, could be taken. The man is running around. He drops it. My goodness me! It was a hard catch by no means. It was keep running away from him, Roxelle. But a great attempt there.
Well, yes, he was turning a delivery, and you just spoke about the movement that Bascom was getting into the left-hander. He was turning against that movement, and so it popped on him and went in the air behind square. Moronse went and he tried as hard as he can. He got his hands to it, but did not hold on. And so Charles lives to fight another day. He is on 2, and the Leewards, after the end of the first over, are 5 without loss. And we've been joined in the box by the man who did a lot of work for the Leewards in the field. He bowled all of 31 overs and took 6 for 36. Yes, you heard me correct. And there were about 14 of those were maidens. Onaje Amri, welcome to the box, Onaje.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, we'll engage you in a few questions in a bit, as Tyson has been given the duty of opening a new ball from this to commentary booth, and he's gonna deliver to Walsh. So good delivery, pitched up on about the off stump and tailing in a bit. Walsh is comfortably behind it. Naja, you've had experience with the West Indies on the 19s. How is it with some of these youngsters who are pretty new to this level? You're one of those who will be guiding them out there, I'm sure.
Yeah, I play a senior part in this team, right? Because we play for West Indies on 19. You have me, Colin Tuckett, and Nathan Edwards. Like, she's seen a West Indies player in one team, so we rather good for little guys just ask us questions and pick our brain and so.
You see, we'll continue after this delivery. Tyson again, this is a good delivery, beating him outside the off stump. His hands goes to his head. It didn't come as high, didn't bounce as high as I think Walsh would have liked. With that little partnership that Tyson had at the end of batting there, he seemed to have taken that encouragement, that positivity into his bowling. And looking to get an early wicket here. The offside doesn't get a run. There's some byplay between the fielders behind the wicket, the keeper and Walsh, probably trying to get into his head. What are you here to do? Are you playing a test match? You guys not getting these runs. Some talk back there, Costner. You guys talk about an off batsman when they are in this position.
Yeah, what you try to do, you try to get into the psyche of the batsman. So it's either you try to throw him off from where the ball is bowling, a line and length, and you let him look to play rush shots that are not there. Anaj, you're here with us. What is it like, the chuck? You 6'4", 36. Maybe your best bowling figures for the Leewards. What is it like there? Is it still coming on? Is it dry?
It's kind of dry. It's like a dead wicket, so most likely going to be dry. You just got to get more patient for a bowler. Hit hard lengths. Make a batsman make more mistake than you. That's right. It's cricket mode.
So it's about being consistent, hitting those lengths and having the batsman play all day and making sure that you are doing your job, and ask the batsman to make the error. As Charles comes into strike now from Tyson. It's a good delivery again, comfortable behind it. He's looking for a single. And Walsh had added one more to the total. He moved to 4. Charles is still there on 2.
Naj, there has been a balance since the game start. You all had the first session from day one and scattering out the Windwards Islands to 209. Now it's somewhat of a balance of scale now, where you all are looking for 159 to win. What will be the team's strategy approaching this total?
Just patience. That's all patience in this game. They're gonna make mistakes. Shot.
It's a good shot. Backward of a point into the boundary for 4. And that is, I make it Charles. He goes on to 6. The Leewards are on 10. And I believe Costner, the Leewards may be following your instructions and maybe looking to get this total this afternoon. Just what? Maybe about 25 overs maximum. The target is in sight, you think, Onaje?
Very much so.
Very much so, confident. So I guess, Cosnell, I may be eating my words this afternoon.
Well, as we always mention, that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. And I said, if the Leeward Islands are going to win this game, they have to do it at an aggressive pace. And in doing so, they have to be mindful of losing wicket in the same way. These two batsmen at the crease have to set that momentum in getting this run chase, as well as with the Windward Islands. They have to make sure that whoever they're bringing on to lead the attack or to bowl have to take up the same line and length from the previous bowler. If they're bowling to restrict, the bowler that is coming on from a change has to come with that mindset that he has to restrict as well.
All right, so the total needed is 158. There are 10 without loss, and this is the third over since our resumption. Manaja, tell us about youth cricket in the Leeward Islands. What's your perception of the standard?
High right now. Very high.
Very high. I know you guys didn't get an opportunity to play against each other. You had 2 series, I was told. St. Kitts against Nevis. As we see this delivery, it's whipped behind square. He's looking for one. Are they going to attempt a second? No. Again, Tyson doing good work from the boundary. And he has been excellent since the resumption. The score moves on to 11. And that is Walsh, who has gone on to 5. So let's continue with that. 2 series, St. Kitts against Nevis and St. Martin and Antigua. St. Martin seem to be producing a number of cricketers, young cricketers. Tell us about that.
I really don't know that much about St. Martin cricketers. I only know have Nathan and Harris. But I don't really know. I've seen a lot of them coming up. I really proud of Leewards cricket right now.
Right, very proud of Leewards cricket. My good friend Vernon Springer would say that there is a little bit more to be done, but from what we have seen here over the last 3 days, there is a quite good caliber of quality, and the Leewards have always been rich in terms of the cricketers they would produce, and so it's all well for West Indies cricket once the Leewards cricket, the Windwards cricket are strong and as the youths continue to press forward. Another single was scored there, Cosnell. Bascom bowling the lengths and the lines, you think that he should?
He's hitting the airs because another thing to note, he has to bowl at a right and left combination. And to unlike seasoned bowlers, you tend to get a straight off. But he's constantly hitting his areas. He's a bit too short, though. A bit too short. But he's hitting the areas. He have the pace, but he just need to put it in an area where he can create more of a stock delivery.
All right, Anaja, tell us about your experience with the West Indies team. What was that like? We have a lot of cricketers playing this tournament this year with that perception, with that hope to make the West Indies on the 19s.
For a lot of young cricketers out there, just patience and just hope and dream. Eh? It was my dream as a young man before we see on 19. Just have to dream and dream big.
How hard it is? Is it much harder than this level? Be frank. They'll listen to you. They want to hear from people of their age, and so they grasp the perception of what is required and what it is like out there.
It's the same.
It's the same?
The same level. Our West Indies is different. It's harder work.
Okay.
It's harder work.
Just harder work. Be a little bit more consistent as we're asking Bascom to come now to Walsh. He turns this off the hips, down to fine leg, gets another single. And Walsh moves on to 5-6. And the score 13. 13 without loss. Pretty good start. This is a start that we will like. The Leewards would definitely like to have, and they can build on it later on. See where they are at the hour mark with the 15 overs to go, and pace themselves from there, Cosnell.
Yes, and the Windwards cannot miss the trick as well. We have owners here who have gotten 6. Edwards gotten 6 in the winners bowling attack in first innings. Yes, Tyson and Bascom is hitting their lengths. They're somewhat restricting, but you have to exploit the wicket. Spin is happening. The wicket is taking spin. You have Edwards, you have Ethan, you have Luke. See what you can get early if you have to make inroads into this Leeward Islands batting. So
it's Tyson, operator from the commentary booth end. And this one is driven in the air. He's caught. Pascal takes a simple catch. The Leewards lose their first wicket. We want to thank you, Anaja, for joining us. And I know you need to go and focus on the other things. And we're really pleased to have you. But that was driven in the air. It was sorry about that, but it was a pitch just about outside off, someone moving away. He wasn't close enough for the shot, and he had to stretch for it. And casual, comfortable, and that simple way of Pascal just snatching it out of the air. Leewards losing their first wicket.
It's very unfortunate because the thing with the wicket, it doesn't have pace, and there you see Walsh looking to get that delivery with more pace, and it wasn't there. And even Tyson is bowling less of a pace than Bascom. And if you're looking to play on your front foot like that delivery, it was away from him. It was outside, almost treading down the line of the wide line. And he fished at it out there and was able to only balloon it to Pascal in the cover region.
And he took it nonchalantly, similar to how he's been playing most of his cricket. But that's his demeanor. We're not saying it's negatively. That's his demeanor. He looks positive. He knows how he goes about his cricket. And Tyson, who came off of that last wicket partnership, batting well and actually playing a few pleasant strokes, he has now picked up the first wicket. The Windwards have been buoyed by that. The Leewards, as Anaja said, told us, they're definitely looking to get the runs. And Graves has joined Charles. Let's see what transpires. Full toss outside the off stump, but Charles is pushing this one into the short extra position, cover position, fielded there, and can't get a run.
Roxel, this is the point we're making. That delivery that out Charles there, it was wide. And clearly in the mind of Charles, he may presume that I need to get runs. And that's what we are saying. Yes, you could go at the runs, but you have to have the right shot selection. That totally was not there for that.
Well, this is a good shot, backward of square, backward of point, close to the boundary. They get 2, and we already said that you can't be short on this surface. It'll be meat and drink for the batsman. Graves opens his account. He's on 2. The Leewards move to 15 for 1. And he's been partnered by Charles. Charles is there on 7. The wicket of Walsh is the one that fell just a few deliveries ago. Tyson, buoyed by that. He's going to try to make an amends now. Outside the off stump, and this is a similar delivery. This one was a closer and fuller to... I make it Graves. He shoulder arms and let it go by. A lot of clapping, a lot of cheering out there. And I'm sure we'll get about 10 overs or so, probably 8 overs before the 15 final hour starts. Yeah. So offers for some excitement as this day completes. I was told that Guyana effected a 14-run victory. 40, okay, I got that number. 40-run victory over Trinidad and Tobago. This one comes off the pad. It's going to run close to the final boundary. Goes into the boundary now. That's 4 runs. Yes, signals umpire through the 4 leg bys. The score moves on to 19. We'll take them as they come, the Leewards would say, by any means necessary.
Oh, yes. Yes, welcome 4 extras there. And push the total even further. 19 for 1. They should not be perturbed somewhat by that boundary. But if I was to adjust that field, the fine leg field would have been a little bit more finer. because the pace is not there from Tyson to have a comprehensive flick going all that way wide of the square leg fielder. Or if you opt in for that, move the mid wicket to a square leg position.
Agree with you. The final fielder needed to be a little bit finer, but he's still coming around. He's very, very wide. As he overcomes to an end, the Leo runs from one end to the end, and the next very quickly. The batsmen, they're having a mid-wicket conference. They will be determining and deciding how they go at this total and when should they continue, or if they should continue the charge, or if they should just now think about saving their wickets. But Bascom would have other ideas. He's been much better in this spell. He's been improving as we've seen him on the occasions that he have had to bowl. He now comes into Charles. One slip on the gully. It's a good delivery on about the off stump, and Charles comes behind it and pushes it back along the strip. Vigorously rubbing the ball on his trousers is Pascal. He now hands it over to Wilson. Wilson continues the work. And finally into the hands of Bascom. Comes up now to Charles, Tariq Charles. This is outside the off stump, coming back into him, some of the leading edge, and attempting an off drive.
Well, in the senior men's team here, men's team, West Indies and New Zealand series, New Zealand is 126-3. They're batting first. They've won the toss and choose to bat out there in Kingston, Jamaica.
Right, so you have some of that in the later part of this afternoon. As Bascom comes into Charles, he drives down to the man at a long mid-off. Wilson gathers, gets it to Leo. Leo to his captain. The ball is moving around as if it's a football game from one player to the other, keeping possession. But it's cricket, lovely cricket here at the Arnos Vale playing field as this opening match at the Arnos Vale Sports Complex comes to an end. This one is driven on top of it beautifully through the extra cover position. He gets one. He's looking for a second. Completes it now as Wilson throws into the keeper. That's a good shot. Getting on top of it and punching it past the extra cover position.
He can't do that because the bounce is there from the pace bowler. The pace also is there. So he's trusting that bounce. And clearly that was well executed as well.
So it's 21 for 1 at the Leewards. They're attempting to get 158. And this one is a pull. That's going to go all the way over the square leg boundary for 6. That's a tremendous shot by Charles. He's coming to age here now. He's moved to 15 and the Leewards to 27 for 1. So, we've said before, the surface is you heard it from Anaj, from Amri, it's a third day strip, very dry, nothing in it if you drop it short, and short delivery has been dispatched. Bascom, let's see what he does. This one is a better delivery, short of a good length on the off stump, and all that Charles could do on this occasion is punch it out to the man coming in from the short extra cover position. And that's the end of the over. 27. Cosnell, we still would have, I believe, another 5 overs before the last 15 begins. 5 overs, 50 runs, Cosnell. We would be in for some excitement this afternoon.
I think you're asking for too much.
I'm just following your lead. You did say that this is achievable. This is attainable.
Yes, it is. But it has to have a tactical approach as well. If you're seeing occasion of 5 overs to get 50, no, that's too much. This is a cheating game.
All right. Well, where would you like to see, or where would the Leewards like to be in the next 20 minutes?
They should be able to knock off the 50 runs for sure.
Okay.
Must be able to knock off the 50.
And this is driven back past the bowler. It's gonna come down. Luke Wilson is going to do the fielding. It was in the air for a bit as he was trying to come forward as he drove. He wasn't to the pitch totally, but ensure that it did not go straight back to Tyson. One more to the total, 28. And Graves moves on to 3. Charles comes into a strike now. He's been the aggressor so far. Tariq Charles gets one on this pole, starting on the leg stump and coming in, and he decides to turn it down to the man coming up from fine leg. That's Bascom. Charles moves to 16. The Leewards are 29 for 1. So you're asking the Leewards if they want to get the victory, Casnell. In the last 15 overs, you're asking them to get 100. Or just about.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen Tyson into Graves, tucked neatly off the hip, and very well played, but they could only get 1. As again, it's Bascom coming around from the wide fine leg position. And score trods on to 30. Graves moves to 4. Still 3 deliveries left in this over. As Charles comes back into strike.
3 deliveries after including this one.
Driving is Charles again. This time he's better. He's to the pitch and driving it all along the ground, straight to the man at mid-off. There's no addition to the score.
Roxella, at what time do you think they should introduce the spin, a spin into this attack?
Well, it can be very far from now because the longer the pace bowlers are on, we see the runs being scored easier. So it definitely won't be long from now. The Windwards would employ the spinners that they have in their repertoire. So we'll see how it goes. Still need to understand whether they are comfortable with the shine on the ball, the spinners as well, and what purchase they will get, and what spin can they impart on it. Those fingers at some point will have a lot of work to do, more work when the ball is shinier than when it's older. Well, let's see what happens. They're still keeping one side of it at least shine. You can see that. They're working on it to assist the pace bowlers as much as possible. Tyson into Charles. He punches it into the covers. Was looking for a single. Not there. The over comes to an end. 30. With 30 for 1, the Leewards, they are in pursuit of 158 for victory, for an outright victory. Tariq Charles, he's there on 16, and his vice captain Michael Graves on 4.
I think what the captain is doing here for Bascom is giving him the full shot of spell that is allotted to him. And I could understand because he's been keeping it very tight. And once you're doing that, there's no need to introduce the spin spin at this time. But they must be looking for wickets if that's what they're aiming at. Even though you're keeping it tight, you have to have in your head, is it that I'm going to look for a win by taking wickets, or I'm just settling for a draw with the bowlers bowling tight?
And they also have to be cognizant that the amount of overs that they want to allow the Leewards to bat before the mandatory 15. And so that is also going to be juggled in the minds of Auguste and his vice captain as Graves was attempting to drive that previous delivery from Pascal. Did not get the contact he wanted. This time he punches it behind point. They're looking for a signal, but Moran said that's good work. Came around and quickly released it into the gloves of Leo.
Yeah, what we also saw as well is that the Windward Island captain, Agis, decided that he's going more defensive. He have taken out 2 of the slips, and he have now someone have these men patrolling that entire offside, which is very good because these players, Mackenzie, Graves, and are showing that they are outside players, and once you have that area packed, it is making it difficult for them. This one is too straight because there is not enough men on that leg side to really patrol that area.
One more to the total. Let's Graves moves to 5, and the Leeward 31 for 1. And some more clouds going around us down to Beckway. And the Islanders down that side of the place and thankful that the tanks are getting some water.
Yes.
Pascal again. He's from the mainland, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's from the mainland, St. Vincent. And he is a short delivery. Charles is trying to replicate one of those shots, but this one is too far outside the Arnos, and it's short as well. And he's very aggressive this evening, Charles. Bascom has also turned and said a few words, and he's back to his mark. So, the battle is on here. We've had 2 outright victories at the other grounds. Barbados up, Guyana up. We're going to say that someone is going to take full points here. That 12 points available for an outright win. Bascom trying to deny the Leewards that. And this is a good delivery, shortish of a good length, in middle stump. And coming into, that is Charles. He's on top of it. And plays it back past the bowler. Wonderful afternoon as we peter out into the last last hour and a half, so to speak, of this first round match at the Arnos playing field. Second round of matches will begin on Monday. This one is short again. This was there for the pole. I think it was a little slower than he expected and didn't get the contact. Bascom is having a few words. He's walking with Charles. He's making sure Charles knows that, listen, I am going to be in your face again. And there he goes. And the batsmen stay keeping their focus. I like what I'm seeing here. This is good aggression. This is good cricket. Young men playing cricket hard, positive, but clean.
Yeah, in your face kind of attitude, I'm coming there. And you should not think that this will be an easy run chase where I'm just going to come there and put it up there for you to drive. And in the same breath, Charles and Graves has to know that they cannot lose their focus because each team have their own plan set out.
All right. You know, Costner has a plan for the weekend at Summerfest. So I will not elaborate on that, but that will be after our game today. He has 2 days off, and
Roxanne,
so
I'll be at work.
right,
not at this Summerfest.
Oh,
at
okay.
work.
Oh, my word, listeners, viewers.
I'll be in the northwestern.
You believe
end
what you
of the
want to
country
believe.
At work.
Okay, so Costner decides that he's not going to be at the Summerfest. I will probably be at home as well, enjoying some rest. But here at the Arnos playing field, it's Tyson. He is going to offer up to Graves. Graves comes forward, technically correct and sound, and gets behind that one, drives it into the offside. Extra cover comes around and fields. And
Roxelle, I'm not sure if I'm preempting correct, but since the loss of the first wicket, the Leeward Islands seem that they are settled now for just blocking the deliveries. I could be wrong. I stand subject to
I think they're
correction.
just playing on its merit. They've been trying to score from the bad deliveries, but they're definitely ensuring that they're not rash. This one is driven back past the bowler, only to the man at mid-off. That's Wilson. And the bowling for the Windwards has been good as well. So
Yes.
they're not really giving many freebies.
Very disciplined bowling, wicket to wicket. That's the thing I like about Tyson. He doesn't have that pace to work in comparison to Bascom. So he's saying to you, listen, if you have to get strength to hit me to the boundary, you have to manufacture your own strength. He's bowling wicket to wicket, and he's getting that new ball to swing. He's pitching it up there, allowing it to swing. He's a medium medium fast, we will say, but that is enough. That is enough for him to work with.
Again, attacking the stumps. Again, tailoring into Graves. And Graves had to come down hard on that one. And he managed to get it out to the man coming around from the mid-wicket area. That's Moranci. He does the fielding. So after a few good boundaries, and one included a massive 6 as well, they have tapered off so far. This is one is pitched up outside your stump and moving away this time from the right-hander, and he was controlled and definitely focused enough to just allow it to go through to the keeper. So playing this on its merit, they would understand that they would try. They are actually coming out with the opportunity or the possibility of trying to push and to get the required target, but they're not going to be reckless. They're not going to be loose. They're not going to be just playing it helter-skelter.
I'm somewhat impressed, Roxelle, by Tyson. He has an in-swing and he has a way-swinger. What we are seeing is if he's bowling the in-swinger, he bowls it very straight. Because he understands that the conditions here, he's not getting the ball with the breeze, with the aid of the breeze. Remember, there's a big block of double-decker stand across that is somewhat blocking that breeze. And if you do not get that breeze to work with this in-swing coming from this commentary boot end, it is very hard. You have to use your natural ability to swing that ball. But he has also the variation of moving the ball away from the right-hander. That is also a good repertoire of delivery. There you see that way swinger again, draw in Graves into that shot and leaving him to the keeper. Good spell of bowling here.
Yes, excellent over delivered there by Tyson. He'll be pleased with his efforts this afternoon as the Leewards, they remain on 31 for 1. Tariq Charles is on 16, Michael Graves on 5, and they have been set a target of 157 to get in a minimum of 21 overs. Let's see how many overs have been delivered so far. 8 overs have been delivered so far, and we are just about 7 minutes away from the last hour. Remember, in the last hour, there is a maximum of 15 overs that must be bowled. Minimum of 15 overs that must be bowled. So minimum of 15 must be bowled in the last hour. The Leewards would have taken that into consideration when they looked at the target. Bascom is going to continue. He is going to come up to Charles. This one is a short outside the off stump, and he stares it to the man at point. That's Edwards. Tariq Edwards does the fielding. And vigorously keeping that shine is Stefan Pascal. Now into the hands of Wilson as the ball makes the rounds back to Bascom. A little overcast now the Arnos Vale playing field as a few clouds linger on the eastern section of the island. Short and pulled away. That is Tyson, however, coming around and doing good work. Looking for that pull shot all the time is Charles, but he was only restricted to one hair. Again, looking good in that stroke and attacking the batsman with the short deliveries is Bascom.
Yes, I think the ploy there was to hit him with the short ball because there's a man deep square, behind square somewhat, and there is the fine leg. So they are looking for that pull, that conventional pull, and also in the likely event of a miss, pull the top edge to the fine leg fielder.
Well, he did top edge one earlier, and there is some showers coming through now. You can see the rain. Not so sure how the area where the rain comes from looks, but it's Bascom still continuing from the backway end into Graves. And Graves just pushes it back onto the strip on the onside. He walks away, contemplates his team's position. And we can see the groundsmen are trotting around to the covers, so it would seem that there could be, we could be in for an interruption. Bascom, however, continues from the backway end. It's a shot outside the off stump and played in front of point. Gets a single. And Tyson again in the action. Only one more to the total. Graves moves to 6. It's 33. 33-4-1, the Leeward Islands. This has been a very competitive game. The young men on show have done good work for their teams. Bascom to Charles. Charles drives in the air for a bit, wide of the man, coming around from mid-off, he spills it, and Graves was not ready for that single, but eventually trudged through for it. Could have been more than that, but they settle for 118 is Charles, and 34-1 the Leewards.
A bit of sloppy work there from Luke, unacceptable at this time of the day, but I could understand still a little fatigue creeping in, and Luke showing, there you see his shoulders, he's leaning over, looking a bit tired, and that is the nature of this game. I could understand.
Anaja did say it's hard work, and you have to be consistent and work hard at it. And this is what Bascom is attempting to do here now. Comes up with a short rising delivery, smelling the leather. He's asking Graves to smell some leather there, as we would say in local terms. And they're still getting some juice out of it. It's Bascom.
Yes. Excellent delivery. This is something that the Caribbean cricketers, supporters are accustomed to see from our back-in-time fast bowlers. You will not see a stretch of bouncers like that because of the rules that have been restricted in terms of bouncers. But yes, sometimes you have to let the batsman know, listen, this is not all about coming onto your front foot. There is still something called the leather. So you have to get used to it.
So hitting the deck hard is Bascom from the backway end. But the man of the moment so far has been Tyson. He's been all around the field and he's been bowling superbly. Comes up now to bowl to Charles. A full toss, a full pitch delivery, almost a Yorker length delivery. A correction. And Charles had to come down hard on that one. Kept it out. And Moves back to his mark. And with the movement he gets with the ball, it could be nice conditions for him now. It's cool out there as he comes up now to bowl to Charles. Pitched up on the off stump. Charles punches to O'Geese in the covers. No run. So this may be the final over before the last hour begins. Umpire Trudeau is looking in the direction of where the showers come from.
But I think you should take the cue from the groundsman. If you see the groundsman are walking away, they are the one who knows this condition here.
And this one is taking the pads. It's going to go down to the final boundary, into the boundary now for 4. I make it 4 leg byes. Yes, now being signaled by umpire Trudeau. And so the score for the Leeward moves on to 38. 38. A couple of these boundaries have been off the legs from buys in this case, and strain a little bit there. Tyson possibly getting tired because he did battle a little bit, and he has been quite energetic with his bowling and in the field since they've been out. Castnell.
Yes, I think there should be a change of bowling. The spin should be introduced any time from now. Well, maybe after it's over, even though I'm not sure. But it is a case where a magnificent shot to the cover, but it will be saved there by Morensa. And coming back for 2. But 40 for 1. They are behind by some 118 runs. It should be gettable, but I believe at this time that the Leeward Islands are more satisfied with the first innings point and will be more satisfied if they could just draw this game out.
I don't think. Well, let's go. This is a good delivery from Tyson into Charles. We're getting behind it again on the stumps. Tyson doing really good work, but Charles is there on 20. He's batting well. I want to disagree with you, though. I think it's going to be extremely hard for the Leewards to get to 157 from this point. 15 overs, and the Windwards are going to make sure that they don't bowl much more than the 15 overs in the last hour. And they're bowling well. They're not giving too many loose deliveries away. They're asking the batsmen to play, and they're restricting the bad deliveries that they offer up. This is another good delivery on the stumps that has to be defended. And that's what Charles has effectively done. And the end of another over, I believe the last hour is going to start. If we're just going to wait on the signal from the umpires. So there's a right. Okay, it looks as if they have decided to call the game. Yes. So we're getting the information that they've decided that there's no possibility of a result from this stage onward. And as I was saying, Castle, this type of cricket, you have to weigh the pros and the cons. It's difficult for a team to actually push. You're not looking at a T20 style with limitations in terms of field placings, etc., and bowlers limit to a number of overs. And so it would have been difficult for them to get another 100 or so, 100 odd, almost 120 and 15 overs in the last hour, with the bowlers bowling as well as they can. The Leewards must be complimented for their efforts. They would have liked to have dismissed the Windwards probably a half an hour, 40 minutes earlier, so to give them more time to bat, but ended in a draw as they're now walking off and congratulating each other.
Roxelle, I'm very much impressed at the standard of cricket I've seen for the past 3 days. That being so, is that there has been a lot of seesaw in the game, in that it started out where the Windward didn't have it off as they wanted. they pegged it back in their bowling. And Leeward Islands came back. They kept the upper hand, and then the Windwards came back with their batting. That partnership this morning, the opening stand, is what clearly decided the game for this whole 3 days. When that partnership got broken, there was still partnership that kept going whilst the Leeward Island batsmen fielders were looking to make inroads. And that being the case, the tail end of the Windward again still wagged. And once it wagged, it was giving them less time to play. When they came in, the Leeward Islands came into bat, they lost a very quick wicket. And that, I believe, was at the point where they have decided, okay, we are going to bat until the last hour. And at the last hour, we call it off.
All right, so let's just wrap up the details, a few details for you from this first round match of the Cricket West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars tournament here at the Arnos playing field. The Leeward Islands won the toss on Wednesday and they inserted the Windwards to bat. The Windwards, they got up to 209 all out with Akeem Ogist getting 80 and Nathan Edwards bagging 5 for 30. In reply, the Leewards, they got to 284 all out. Nathan Edwards, he got 82, and Tariq Edwards bagged 8 for 75 for the Windwards. The Windwards in their second innings, they fared much better in terms of the total, with Stephen Pascal leading the way. He got 86 of the 232 that the Windwards got in their second innings. Onaje Amri, who was with us just a few minutes ago, he bagged 6 for 36 from 31 overs, bowling a long spell for the Windwards. Set 158 to win, a target of 158. Not much time allocated to get that. The Leeward Islands in their second innings have ended on 40 for 1. Tariq Charles is not out on 20. Michael Graves not out on 6. Devon Tyson, he was the one to pick up the wicket to fall. He sent down 5 overs, and one of those were maiden, and he picked up 1 for 12. So that's the end of the first round matches. I can tell you that Guyana, they defeated Trinidad and Tobago at Park Hill. Barbados had the better of Jamaica, and this game, the Windwards and the Leewards, ended in a draw.
Yes, and you ended in a draw, but you are able to get some points from it. So even though that the Leeward Islands may play the upper hand of the game and got first innings points, clearly the Windwards will feel better that they have also got some points, because right away Trinidad and Jamaica are put under the pumps. And it is too early. It is clearly not the end of the game. It's the first round. Second round will be proven crucial going in, and the Windward Islands have to step up to the plate. They will be playing some teams coming up come Monday, and they have played some quality cricket, yes, but different conditions they will be facing up, and they have to make sure that they get it right, as well as the Leeward Islands. I'm impressed. I'm so impressed at their cricket. We have made commentary about it over the past 3 days. But I solely believe that if they continue on this line, they continue on this route, with the conditions that are favorable for bowling, especially Cumberland and Park Hill, these are wickets when they are dried out. The spin will take advantage of it. And with Onaj and the others that they have in the artillery, they could speak great trouble going forward.
All right, so the next round of matches begin on Monday. Trinidad and Tobago will meet Barbados here at the Arnos playing field. The Leewards will journey up to Park Hill, where they will take on Guyana, while the Windwards go down to Cumberland and they will take on Jamaica. I'm Roxel John, and we've had Costner Morris. We've had Alanson Cruikshank, and we've also had Romel Currency with us during these 3 days. It was a pleasure bringing the commentary to you, and we will be back from one of these grounds on Monday.